with liberty and justice for all.
For those who are not aware, usually at the end we get this very resounding for all. That's one of our residents who've been here for quite a while, one of our local veterans, but he's not here. I hope he's okay. That being said, we have a 6:15 hearing. It's a continuation of a moratorium hardship request. Street Haben and Anfatin Yakumar. That's scheduled for 6:15. I was informed that we believe that the applicant is in transit, and we can put that aside. We also have scheduled for 6:15 as well, Orco Enterprise, and that is an additional moratorium request. The applicant isn't here yet at that time. And then we have at 6:30, time right now is 6:25, 6:27. We have at 6:30 the consideration to extend the moratorium, local laws 1 and 2 of 2016. After that, we have what I anticipate is a fairly abbreviated discussion with the folks from On Force Solar, with council and with the board. A couple of issues regarding items which needed to be discussed prior to the commencement of any kind of work that would be done. That being said, at 6:27, 6:28, we'll give it to the allotted time. If the if the applicants for the 6:15 requests are on here, we'll just move, and that's with the board's permission, we'll move to open the meeting for the consideration for extending the moratorium local laws 1 and 2. Mr. Again, is that?
Yeah, I believe Ms. Franson's coming to just give an overview of where she's at, just to update the board so we can make an informed decision. She should be here shortly. She was on the impression it was 6:30 as well, so.
Okay. Is that in the context of the moratorium or in the context of something for the comprehensive plan or both?
Well, it's really both, because the moratorium is, it's the cart before the horse, so to say, or vice versa. So she's going to give us an update of where she is with the master plan, and that will give us so we're well informed and we're making our decision with the moratorium, extending it or not extending it.
So until then,
Can I ask the board, there is something, a resident who came forth up to me and asked me if I would be interested in having the Narcon training for the town employees. She's a certified nurse with BOCES, and she's willing to come in and give the training to the town of Monroe employees. She also is willing to do a community training. And I'm asking the board permission to be able to set up training for the employees, and permission to allow her to use the movie theater for training for the public. And if there is any fees, to waive it, because this is, as everyone could read in the newspapers or on the blogs, it's a very, very large epidemic, and this Narcan has already been used in our town by our police, and training is being offered countywide to residents. So I would like to do this, and I would like the consideration of the board to be able to move forward with this.
I'll make a motion to have Narcon do training for the town employees, and to also hold public training at the TMAC for the public in order for educational and safety and health reasons for the community, and to waive the fee for the TMAC, for the use of the TMAC for this training course. Is that proper, Marion?
That's perfect.
Okay.
I'll second for discussion. Are we paying this individual?
No.
No. Okay.
No, this is all volunteer, and she's gone through all the Narcan. She's waiting for it. The people will be trained, they will get a certificate, and they will get the Narcan. And I did speak to our attorney as far as any liabilities for this, and we would not have any, correct, Brian?
Yeah, well, I mean, use of it would be subject to the Good Samaritan law, and there wouldn't be any liability in the facility, other than what you would normally applied to somebody using it, if there's a form or some requirement. I don't think you require insurance for the use of the facility, but if you do, then that would be the case here.
Is there, I did it at work, I'm qualified for my employment for it. But I know there was something with how there was a storage issue, and there's also an issue with, the dispensing of it, and who dispenses it, in other words, it's a medical professional. I don't mean dispensing it to the individual that needs it, but I mean dispenses it to the people administering it. So I just, listen, I think it's great, and we should definitely do it, but I just want to make sure we're kind of, we're good with that before,
I think as a suggestion, you could authorize the training itself, but,
Yeah.
with condition that we'll review any issues that you raise with storage, the application of it, or what the procedure or process would be with respect to town employees.
Okay, yeah, just.
I'll amend my motion to include the legal aspects of it with the storage, as Mike said, and the situations like that for the town employees. I'll amend the motion that way. And then I would say, we would have to then only put it forth when the attorney agrees with the legalities of it. Attorney review, fair enough?
I'll work with Brian with that and the woman, and make sure that everything is all set.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, listen, she's doing this, she knows what the deal is.
Yeah,
I
she's
just want to make sure
doing
we're,
fine.
in a good place.
Absolutely,
You know.
absolutely.
I was talking with the Orange County District Attorney at a function months ago, and he was letting me know his concerns for the whole community of Orange County and the amount of problems that have arisen with opioids and heroin abuse, and also overdoses, and what they've been having to deal with even on law enforcement and a health concern issue. So it's really a very serious problem, and Orange County is not immune to it. So I think it's a great idea, Mary Ellen.
Well, right now, unfortunately, Orange County is leading the state with this situation.
Right.
So I thank the board for allowing this. I think we need to do a lot more community awareness. This is touching a lot of families. A lot of people know it's touched mine, and this is something very near and dear to my heart. And we've got a very big epidemic in this county.
That being said, call the question?
Aye.
We are going to start the discussion for the consideration to extend the moratorium laws, numbers 1 and 2 for 2016. We also have here present the planner for Nelson and Pope planners, Bonnie Cranston. And I know that she would like to update the town board and the public on certain elements of the comprehensive plan. Please.
Good evening, town board. My name is
evening.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie Franson. I'm with Nelson Pope and Voorhees. We are the environmental planning consulting firm that's been tasked with preparing the comprehensive plan update, as well as the zoning amendments and any SECRA analysis that's required to implement both of those documents. At this point, I just want to give an update as to what's been done since the time that the previous extension was granted. The baseline inventory, which is really a very detailed update of where the town is from the perspective of demographics, socioeconomics, environmental conditions, transportation, utilities, etc. That was done and released in August of 2016. After that, the planning commissioner invited me to visit with him and to discuss what he had reviewed and provide his comments. So we accomplished that. About 9:25, we opened up a public survey that would allow anyone the ability to submit comments in terms of what they believe are the aspirations of the community, the vision for the community, and what elements of and recommendations of the previous comprehensive plan update were still relevant. and they could provide additional comments, free-form comments, and provide those for input for us to consider. We also set up an email address for anybody to transmit any substantive comments they may have. We got 2 comments, even though it's been, the email address has been available on the web for some time. On September 28th, 2016, for those of you who attended, you know that we held a public open house. And again, it was to solicit comments from the public in terms of what they think are the issues and opportunities in the town. It wasn't for us to present anything, we really wanted to hear from the public what their concerns were. We closed the public survey on October 14th, 2016. We did leave an extended time period open for people to take the public survey because we were bumping up against holiday time, you know, the Jewish holidays. So we wanted to make sure there was opportunity for whoever was going to participate.
And when does that close?
It closed, it's October 14th. Although if there are any additional paper copies, I'll be picking those up.
Right, the reason I mention that, I believe that the holidays end for the Jewish community tomorrow.
I know we received definitely comments from the community, so there was a time frame within that period where they were able to comment, because we received comments.
Right, and was the time frame, was it published, was it noticed to the public?
As far as
That the survey would be closed on a certain date?
We didn't. So we haven't, if there are additional paper copies, we're still going to enter them. But, you know, as of this Friday, if we don't get any more, it'll be closed.
And
again, just to allow time, because now we have to integrate that into the
no, the reason I mention
document.
is because the conveyance for the folks, first of all, I don't think that, again, because the holiday doesn't end until Wednesday, how that's communicated to them, to those people who are observant, and that they would know that they would have to have it in by Friday, and then how to get it in, by mail, by this, by that, what is the means to be able to have a properly inputted survey response.
Yeah. Again, the public survey's been available since September 25th. Today's the 24th. It's been a month. I think during that time frame there was time that they could respond. Regardless, we'll make sure, and we'll work with Mary Ellen to put the notice there and make them aware that it's closing. And we'll give them till Friday to get a paper copy in.
And where do they obtain the paper copy?
They've been available at the town clerk's office. In fact, we've also had copies available here at the senior center. Anne Marie's been able to provide them, especially to the seniors, because they don't necessarily use, you know, all of them don't use computers necessarily.
Right, is there anything which would prevent the extension of being able to do it online? Again, that would require people to come in during between Wednesday and Friday to be able to come here to the senior center or go down to town hall. Would there be an ability to be able to, what is it, monkey surveys? It's called?
Survey Monkey.
Survey Monkey, to be able to go back online to open it? Because,
I defer to you as a board.
yeah, only because there was no closing date. There was no official closing date that the,
I think Ms. Franson, when she saw that the results and replies were dwindling, it became that
They were what?
apparent at that point, dwindling. At that point, it became clear that there was time to, you know, there was no, you know, further need to keep it open. And again, it's been open for nearly a month, and we do have to move along. You know, you know, there is, not that we are.
No, and
it's
the
a
reason
hard
I mention
deadline,
is because
but we
we
just
did
finished
get-
talking.
the reason I
about
mention
it
this, when I look at when I look at, and it's hard to reference anything else other than the insistence that either a planning board or a special committee is appointed to be able to review this. And I'm looking at Mike Donnelly's fairly long analysis of the phases that a master plan or a comprehensive plan would go through. We have a time frame of anywhere between 20 and 23 months. So looking at that comprehensive plan and the timeframes involved.
I'm
This-
sorry, was that
This is from-
submitted, because I haven't seen that document?
This
That
is
might
from-
probably be prepared.
This is a memorandum dated June 23rd, 2003. There was another one that was dated February 9, 2015. And there are several other ones which Mike would have generated in regards to the context of some of the pluses, some of the things to be concerned about, other things that would be integral with the comprehensive plan or the master plan, and 1 month for the public to comment on something which is going to have the most profound impact.
It's not the, so let me just interject, it's not the end of the comment process, because then there will be documents that are released, and there's additional workshops and comments and public hearings that have to occur. So this is really only a closing of a public survey. It's not the end of the public comment process
But
whatsoever.
the public survey is first, it assumes that people are going to have access to that type of public survey, this one being an electronic one. Many people, I would venture to guess that the vast majority of people in the town of Monroe do not have that available to them, and therefore they would be denied something which would be available to other people who would be a
Mr.
little bit more
Supervisor,
tech-savvy.
I beg to differ, I think,
May I interrupt for a second, Mr. Supervisor? Do you mean to sit here and tell all of us that nobody knew about this?
Not a,
no one had electronic access.
I mean, we have been,
it's been open for a month.
the comment period has been open for a month, and I think the public has been very focused on accessory apartments, as somebody keeps saying we should close down. I think the people, I didn't say anybody here.
Well, actually, most of the residents of the town.
I just made a comment.
Okay.
So I think that we're moving along, we're not looking for issues to slow things down. We want to keep things moving, and I think that we're getting a lot of things done with our planner, and the agency has been doing great work, moving along at speed. I think that people are more than, that the community is involved, let's just put it that way.
I think, Councilman Colon, I think you're 100% right, and if you feel, Mr. Supervisor, there's a need to get it out during your daily meetings at Butter Blend, I think you can inform Mr. Sagan in that, you know, that's...
I actually have never met Mr. Zaganin. He's the town clerk, deputy town clerk, am I correct?
Yes, he is.
He is. And are you referring to our deputy town clerk, Mr. Cardone?
Referring to Gedalia Sagan.
Our deputy town clerk.
In
He's an
whatever-
employee of the town of Monroe.
In whatever capacity.
He's the employee of the town of
Refer to
Monroe.
him.
So the head of the KJPE, the Curious General Power Alliance, is also an employee of the town of Monroe and acting as a deputy town clerk. Is that correct, Mr. Cardone?
For the sole purposes
sorry,
of
no, I'm
doing
not-
marriage
Mariana, I'm asking
licenses.
Mr.
Well,
Cardone.
let's make that clear,
Okay,
yes,
let's
he
make it clear
is.
that he is an employee of the town.
But
of
I
Monroe.
mean,
I think that doesn't have anything to do with
No, no, he
discussing
brought
it,
up-
so let's,
no,
let's
no,
keep.
he brought
Mr.
up-
Supervisor,
Excuse me,
I think
he
he
brought
brought
up
up
the name Gedalia Zaganin.
Yeah.
I didn't bring this up. First of all, I've never had lunch with him anywhere. So, but however, he is an employee of the town of Monroe. He also basically runs KJ. There are two groups there, the Zally group and the
We're
Maroni
aware.
group.
Okay,
One
so
group runs
if he's-
Bloomingburg and the other group effectively runs
Okay.
the KJ.
So if he's
So
an
let's
employee of the
understand,
town of
one runs
Monroe, then he
Bloomingburg,
should have all
and the
this
other one
information
runs
already, so we
down-
don't need
down
to get
in
it out
KJ.
to him again.
Okay, but you're the one who brought up somehow Mr. Zagan, and I didn't.
Tony, was this posted at Butter
Ms. Franson, could you
Yeah,
please
was it posted
continue?
at Butterblend?
I don't know, I'm never there.
Gentlemen, can we let Ms.
Yeah.
Franson continue here, please?
I just wanted to bring up the point that I think a lot of people knew about this. It's not the end of comment. I think, as you were saying, there's gonna be more input and more opportunities for the public. And by no means, I don't think that anybody on this board wants to stop any, public comment if people want to.
Councilman Colon, one of the reasons, I'm looking at all these, a huge amount of documentation that Mr. Donnelly had given us, that we have from
Yeah.
council, that we have, also, we're being sued.
Yeah.
We wanna
Mr.
make
Donnelly is
sure-
not our counsel on
We
this
want to
matter,
make sure,
Mr. Tolles.
Mr. Donnelly was counsel for the annexation part.
But he's not our counsel on this matter.
This is also, these are
Okay.
then are you saying that I can waive the attorney-client privilege of these emails?
I'm not telling you anything, I'm just telling you our current attorneys
Mr.
have opined and been overseeing this
Mr. Nugent.
process.
I have a fairly robust amount of emails that were sent to us under attorney-client. Mr. Donnelly is no longer counsel. May I offer these former attorney-client privileged emails, and may I offer them for the public and to the media for them to review? I think they would like to see what Mr. Donnelly has said. Am I allowed to
I thought we
lift
wanted
the
public
veil
comment.
of attorney-client? I'm asking Mr. Nugent a question. Am I allowed to lift the veil of attorney-client privilege so that the public and the media can see the emails that Mr. Donnelly has supplied us while he was our attorney? Just a simple, straightforward question. But if I can, I will release them.
No, as I have not seen any of the emails you're referring to, I don't know what you're talking about right now, so I'm not gonna tell you to waive privilege on.
I'll give you some of them, and perhaps you can opine later on this evening. I'll give you some of them, and obviously I'll send you some more. And then if you need to, you can review them, you can opine them, and then you can see whether or not they can be released to the public so that the public can see what his opinion is.
All right, Ms. Franson, could you please continue so we can get back to this? Thank you.
Yes, so the other aspect of community participation that we've afforded is that the website also has a note that if there were any remaining community groups that wanted to participate, to talk with me about whatever issues they may have, that opportunity has been afforded to them too. So that's on the website right now. And again, our email address in terms of contacting me and submitting any substantive comments or discussing anything has been available on the website for some time. At this point in time, the comprehensive plan itself, the update, is 95% complete. We have the vision statement, we have the supporting framework, we have all the goals and objectives written, and they all flowed from this community participation process, as well as vetting the previous recommendations of the prior comprehensive plan update. In terms of zoning, we're about 85% complete, and again, that flowed from the responses that we received from the public survey as well as the public open house. At this point, we're just looking to refine and look at the zoning map in terms of whether there are any kind of changes that need to be made. We've created several overlays, which I won't get into the detail of right now, but they're consistent with what the community was looking for in terms of ridgeline preservation and watershed protection. So much of that is drafted, and again, we're just doing a quality control review as well as finishing up some maps that relate to the zoning amendments. So at this point in time, we do want to discuss in further detail, and we've had some conversations with the town attorney about the process. But what we would like to do is submit the documents to the board next week. So that would be the comprehensive plan update. That would be the zoning amendments, and we'll go from there as far as the schedule. Now, the changes to the zoning draft are significant, and it will involve additional reviews to be made, new reviews to be made by the planning board. And so we believe that once the town board has a chance to take a look at this new draft of both the comprehensive plan and the zoning amendments, it may want to advance certain provisions so that there's a little more time provided to the planning board to review their newer provisions, if that makes sense. But again, ultimately, we're going to defer to the town attorneys in terms of process and how to proceed. But I know that there are some, just like the tree code, there are certain provisions that we think that the town board may want to advance and have potentially reviewed separate and apart potentially from the overall zoning draft. But regardless, you'll have the whole package that will be put together. And needless to say, as we go into workshops, as we go into public hearings, there may be specific provisions that will be pulled out for the time being while the town board gives more consideration to certain sections, because they are there.
So have you made concessions then for the tree code to be?
But right now, we're keeping it as a separate local law still.
Okay.
Anything that's in the zoning document, it can be adopted as an entire document. or you could potentially adopt the separate local laws in a series of local laws so that you focus on them, you send them separately up to, Orange County for general municipal law review. It may simplify their review, it may focus the board on
When you say a
certain
separate
provisions.
local law, could you explain that?
Sure, well, you can adopt the entirety of the zoning revisions as one local law. And local law is just the avenue by which you adopt it, and you have your public hearing, and it goes up to the, New York State, and it gets filed. Or you can adopt let's say, a couple of local laws, but ultimately, there would be one local law that you adopt the remainder of the zoning. But again, if you wanted to advance certain provisions, and again, subject to discussion with the attorneys and process and procedure, that possibility exists. But I think you need to look at the entirety of the document
For
to
example,
appreciate
the
what I'm
accessory
communicating.
apartment law is a standalone law.
Well, it's in the zoning chapter, but it was adopted as a separate local law.
Right, so.
And amendments over the years have been by separate local laws, but then they get consolidated into the zoning chapter, chapter 57.
Ms. Franson, obviously we're here tonight to consider extending the moratorium. And, my question to you is if we were to extend it, do you feel that within 90 days we could accomplish this process and be done with it?
Yes. Ultimately, when you review it, again, I think that it depends on what happens after it gets released. Because the timeframes, and I've said this all along, from a secret perspective, if there's a generic environmental impact statement and the public comes out and there are 100 comments to respond to for substantive issues, that's different than if everybody is in line with the recommendations and you have 2 or 3 comments. So 3 months at this point, now we're actually releasing the documents. So 3 months would give the minimum time frame for a GEIS and for secret consideration would be 30 days. You have to go up to the county for your general municipal law review, which can take up to 30 days. You can do as much of that as.
And those can run concurrently?
I was going to say, and those can run concurrently. But, just like, this process, we didn't get the public open house scheduled until the end of September because we knew we didn't want to bump up with summer dates. And we know that we wanted to get to a point where kids were back in school and people had settled down with budget meetings, et cetera. We had to bump the ethics board from one of their meetings. But we try and fit things in as best we can. But from the statutory time frame, can you do it within 3 months when everybody's dedicated to that objective on the town board and the boards that are gonna review it? Yes.
Well, I got a couple of quick ones. One is, I agree with your, you did put it out there on emails and on the, people could send in comments, and you said there was only 2 on the email comment line. The only thing I disagree with the process was, I don't think, and I was with other councilmen that night, and I saw who was here, I was here for a while. I don't think the public night here at the senior center was well done and well stationed, and I thought the presentation was excellent. I just don't think it was properly advertised to everyone. I think I basically saw, and I talked to other people, it was a lot of the people who are usually at the meetings are involved, the planning board members were here, town board members were here, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that, and I talked to one other councilman that night, not Harley, and he said the same thing. Maybe it should have been, and I mentioned it to you that night, we probably should have put a better ad or something in the photo news to let the general public know, because a lot of people might not watch the show or might not get on the computer to look at the our website. So I think that was the only kind of shortcoming of the process, but nothing's perfect. I wish we had the same push for brevity when I tried to push forth Chapter 57 myself, but back then everyone was saying it was too quick of a time period. I think that we got to be careful, and I know we have a 90-day moratorium extension on the table tonight, but I think we should be very careful that we should do it properly, take our time. I don't know how the votes will go on the council, I have no real idea. I don't know if we're going to be put under the same 80% vote, supermajority vote, like Chapter 57 was put under. But I think that we should definitely, as we do move forward, take our time moving forward and get it right. And I know you want to do the same, I know that. I don't think we're gonna meet the 3-month deadline, only because through my experience with 57, I don't know how the timetables can get away from you through no fault of your own. So I think we're gonna need more than that, but, you know, I appreciate your work. The only thing I say too is when you put forth the document shortly, it's really gonna take time for the town board and members of the public to go through everything, because with all due respect to any planner, I don't think it's right for, the right way to do it. I know you took comments into doing it. I don't know if you looked at 57 when you did it too.
I did. I
Okay.
had, Mike Donnelly, in fact, had provided me with some of the memos he's provided over
Okay.
the years. I read the transcripts
Good.
of your chapter 57, and some of the recommendations from
Okay.
chapter 57 are in there.
Great, because when you're making, possibly, as you said, some changes, and some of them are substantive, people have to realize and, you know, really dig in and get the effects that can have.
Right.
And, you know, that's something important for the board members,
Sure.
as well as the planning board and the
Right.
public to know. And
And
I
as-
just wanna take our time to do it right.
Sure, and as you did with the first go-around, I mean, you have to have a robust number of public participation
Right.
events and workshops to
Absolutely.
be able to explain, you know, the changes and what they flow from.
Absolutely. And the reasoning behind it, which
And the
you'll be
reason
able to
behind,
explain.
and honestly, there's
Right.
going to be recommendations in there that you as a board have to decide.
Right.
I will tell you that, and we're gonna release the results of the survey, in advance. There
Do we know
were
how many?
364 people who had responded. And the vast majority, actually still believe in the vision that was in the original comprehensive plan. They really want to protect environmental resources, you know, they want ridge protection, they want watershed protection, they care about the environment, they care about woodlands. This shouldn't be any surprise to us. But there are some decisions that have to be made. We've drafted up regulations to do architectural review and to set up a process for historic preservation. Now, that can either be administered as a separate board, or it could be administered by the planning board. Architectural review is more often a function of the planning board. Historic preservation has been also a planning board function, and so it just becomes a matter of, you know, a town board decision. Do you want to set up a separate board, or do you want to give those functions to the planning board? And so that's what I mean in terms of the planning board really needing to get their arms around new process, which will introduce, at the same time, the town board's going to have to decide ultimately who gets delegated this responsibility, if in fact you all agree to it. You may decide that you need a little more time, and that was what I meant, that, you know, the recommendation is there and it's in the comprehensive plan update, but you may decide you want to give that a little bit more time to take that on, but otherwise adopt the majority of the zoning amendments. So when you get the documents, we'll have a sit down in terms of how this should flow and what are the easy items, what needs to get adopted, and what may take a little more time. Again, with the input of the planning board, because a lot of that responsibility will, as it does now, fall to the planning board.
I just caution that we don't get too much into the separation of everything, because, you know, it becomes too much piecemeal. There might be, as you said, a couple of things, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
But, you know, we should look at the overall, because the overall
Absolutely.
affects everything.
Right, which is why we'd like
Thank you.
kind of comprehensive documents, so you can
Right.
see them, and then if you need to pull them apart, because then you'll still have the context of what was intended.
Exactly.
Just a comment, Mr. McQuaid, I mean, this process has been going on since April, you know, the chapter 57 last year started roughly in November, and I know there was some lead up to that, but really this has been a very open and deliberate process since last April, and we're just moving along. This was never meant to, I think the longer we drag it out, the more that we are going to, you know, hurt citizens, members of the community, the developers that may want to go forward. So I think we have to kind of, you know, move forward with some deliberate
I understand.
Process and let's get going with this.
I just think it was late September, which is a little over 3 months, which was a short period of time. But my thing is, I think if we had passed 57, almost as a stopgap, and it had a lot of good things in it, Bonnie knows what was in it. She made a lot of great comments. But I think that now we wouldn't have the problems with the lawsuits and the variance requests, because that would have covered certainly issues in development in that plan that would have addressed, let's say for instance, accessory apartments would have had to go to full site plan review by the planning board, whether it's a development or a small home. And that would have been, put us in a place where we could have maybe, in my own opinion, not had a moratorium, and we could have just worked on this process without the moratorium in effect, which has caused, as we see, a lot of public hearings and such. So I still do suggest to the board, depending how long this is gonna be, you might wanna think about adopting 57, maybe even dropping the moratorium and letting Bonnie finish her work in a more slow way, and that'll protect the town in most of the instances. And then we could adopt the new one, and it would give us plenty of time to do it. I think that would actually help the builders in this town, as you just mentioned, and will also protect overdevelopment by making every accessory apartment, for the time being, go to full site plan review by the planning board, which was only done once over in Forest Edge. That's the only time that's ever been done that I know of, maybe some of the other developments before that. So it's just something to think about. Thank you.
Mr. Francis, I have a number of issues. One is under section 2, and actually, you probably have this as well from Mike Donnelly. And this is nothing which would be subject to a attorney-client, but he states that the text of section 272, A of the town law, this section authorizes towns to adopt a comprehensive plan. Usually, it's done, the town board may prepare its own comprehensive plan, or, as is more common, may direct the planning board or special planning board to prepare a revised comprehensive plan. My question is, this type of one-person coordination of the comprehensive plan, meaning yourself, as the representative, the spokesperson, the input, the person where the inputs are basically gathered, seems to be different than, well, I think you're in the town of Thompson, is it, or
No,
Fallsburg?
Fallsburg.
Fallsburg. They have a special committee, or do they have a planning board committee that does a comprehensive plan?
Every community is different, and it depends on where you are as far as whether you have a comprehensive plan or not. It depends on what the issues are to be addressed. I can tell you that the town of Tuxedo didn't have a committee. So it really depends on each individual municipality. When we had submitted our proposal in April, there was the opportunity to, at that time, say, we think that a comprehensive plan committee might be appropriate, but we went forward with doing these updates, within the 3-month timeframes to move it along and to get this done within a reasonable time period because of the uniqueness of this town, which has several development.
But when you say the uniqueness of this town, in what context that is it different regarding the developments than other communities?
In this town, it was
Yes.
the town of Tuxedo didn't have any, in that instance, major projects in front of them that hadn't already been approved. In the town of Fallsburg, they've decided that they are not subjecting certain residential developments to a moratorium. This board decided that it would subject certain residential developments with approvals to the moratorium. So the timeliness and timeframes and process are all unique to each of the individual municipalities depending on the projects that are in front of them, who's being affected, et cetera.
And for the most part, not the most part, we passed it through resolution that this is the way that we were gonna proceed and do this. This wasn't something that she decided on her own.
No,
We, as a town
I
board,
certainly understand
and you
that.
kind of make it sound like this is something that she's done on her own.
No, actually,
And
what
there's
I'm-
been a tremendous amount of
What we're looking
just
at.
let me finish, interaction and input from planning, zoning, their attorneys.
We
I mean,
met with
Bonnie has done a
various
tremendous
community
amount of
facilities.
outreach to the people that this is gonna affect. So it's not like she's sitting there by herself.
And
We decided how
and I
this was
certainly
gonna go.
apologize if there was any inference for that. The reason I mention is because I'm looking at the letter from David Church dated April 18. And in it, obviously, he says that on average, it takes more than a year to complete a
I'm
comprehensive
sorry,
plan.
April 18th of what year?
April 18th of 2016.
Okay.
On average, that it takes more than a year to complete. I'm also looking at the amount of time that it took the town of Monroe to be able to complete the 2005 comprehensive plan. I'm also looking at the master plan phases that Mike Donnelly, and you referenced Mike Donnelly, he's an excellent land use attorney, he's also the attorney for the planning board, his partner being the attorney for the zoning board, in which he indicates the process is, and from what he's indicated, more than 2 years. You know, I'm also trying to refer to this kind of...
I haven't had an experience where it's been as long as 2 years. That seems excessive for me, but it depends, because I'm not privy to this.
We've
There
heard
are
other people
some-
opine that it was gonna take that long, and I believe that we're already showing that that's not the case, if we're
I-
gonna move this along.
Yeah, I think if you're doing comprehensive plan, adopt, zoning, adopt, all in a linear fashion, maybe you're starting to look at 2 years. But many planners want to do this concurrently because once you adopt a comprehensive plan, it must be, the zoning must be consistent with, in accordance with the comprehensive plan. And often what ends up happening when you do it in that linear fashion is that you finish the comprehensive plan, you get to the zoning, and then there's inconsistency. So you have to go back to the comprehensive plan. I've actually appreciated the 3-month timeframes because of the fact it took 3 years. For whatever reason, I don't know the reason why it took so long to get the previous comprehensive plan update adopted. There's certainly people here who might be familiar with that. And then, in addition, because of the way it was done with the comprehensive plan first, not much was done in terms of then implementation of the zoning. So we're trying to avoid all of that and to do it as quickly as possible and concurrently so that we can, effectuate a lot of recommendations that were in the 2008 update that weren't, because of that linear fashion that things are done.
And thank you, it appears as though there are 4 phases in the moratorium. The first one is the community audit, that seems to be something which...
That's the baseline inventory.
And the second one would be a capacity analysis, which is conducted in order to determine the ability of the town of Monroe to deliver infrastructure needed to support a reasonable level of future development. And the reason I mention the capacity analysis is because there are many who understand that as a result of just growth, organic growth, or growth coming up from New York City, that the capacity of existing resources is going to be truly tried, whether it be in the form of water, infrastructure, the schools, whatever it is. And how your capacity analysis at this point really stands up against the type of projected growth of both organic as well as from outside, or are you prohibited for whatever reason, for statistical purposes, from being able to use organic growth or outside growth projected as a basis to be able to form that type of analysis?
The capacity in terms of water or sewer services of that nature, those are handled, those are described in the inventory already. In terms of development, it's customary for SECRA analyses and for evaluations of development potential to look at the full build-out of the community. So you determine what are the maximum number of dwelling units that could be constructed. You estimate that based on the zoning districts, the densities that are allowed, etc. And then when you go to do your SECRA evaluation, you determine what are the changes in that development potential. Because ultimately, this is a generic analysis because until a developer applies to a land use board, you're not going to know the specifics in detail. But you can look generally at the development build-out of a community and then assess the implications of that generically. And again, because this isn't a site-specific project that we're considering here, it's the adoption of land use regulations and policies.
Right, and when you say community character or development, are you referring to the unincorporated part of the town? Because you know, I think the public, and understandably so, sometimes has an issue of, is the town of Monroe all of the town, or is this comprehensive plan really just part of the unincorporated part of the town? We have 507 acres, which is really up for debate right now. It's been projected that 45,580 people could live in that small little compacted area, which is in fact in the unincorporated part of the town of Monroe. And if we took that figure of 45,580 and we included whatever the maximum build out would be based on the type of zoning that we have, are we looking at 60, 70, 80, 90,000 people being able to come to the town of Monroe, a population which is roughly 8, 9, 10,000 in the next 5, 10 years as a result of, again, not only organic growth, but growth from Brooklyn? Because I don't know how on earth anybody could be able to predict the capacity that we would need to be able to fuel that beast. 30, 40, 50, 60,000 people moving into the town of Monroe, whether it's the town of Monroe including the villages, or just parts of the unincorporated part of the town of Monroe on one side of 17 or on both sides of 17. How do we wind up extrapolating?
Well, some of it is speculative and we won't know. I mean, now we know at this point in time that there's 164 acres that have been annexed, and the Curious Joel passed their local law, and yet that's going to be appealed, but at least for the time being, that's now part of the village of Curious Joel. And so the land use regulations would not apply any longer to those acreages.
But
The 507, the entirety of it, minus the 164, we're in a point of the process
Yeah, 343.
that the town board didn't approve, if I recall correctly, the 507.
That's right.
So it will remain, from the perspective of evaluating here and now, this, considering land use regulations and the comprehensive plan, you have to consider the remainder of that land part of the town of Monroe until it's not. I mean, the same thing with the town of North Monroe. You know, we don't know what's going to happen, and to say that it's going to be any particular density or anything's going to happen, it's speculative. We know it's a proposal.
Including the 164, because that might be appealed.
That could be appeal, exactly. So, again,
Right.
uniqueness of a municipality. We're in a unique, Monroe is unique in that it's been reviewing and considering and evaluating annexations, potential new towns. This isn't something that's common to other municipalities. And so you have to consider what is right now as we go through the process, with some prediction if you know to some extent that it may happen, and consider that.
So I think those numbers are highly speculative and are conjecture at this point, because our current zoning wouldn't support those numbers anyway. And I don't believe, and I don't even know what the zoning is over in the villages, but in the unincorporated parts of the town, those numbers would never happen. Unless, of course, we made the whole town URM or something like that, which of course is not gonna happen. So those are really, again, speculative, conjectured numbers.
I would doubt that 40 years ago, nobody thought that they would see the type of growth that we see now.
Exactly.
So I have no reason to think
That's
that
why it's hard to
the town of Monroe
predict.
couldn't, within 5 years, go from 3 villages to 16 villages like Ramapo has. And that's
Again,
another
that's
issue.
very, very speculative. There's nothing to
Right, we-
say that.
That's what
we can't be.
we
We
trying
couldn't
to
have
be
predicted
what we
today,
know
I mean,
now.
they couldn't have predicted at that time in the 70s what would happen and what we would see today.
Well, the reason
So
I
that's
mention
the
is because there was
speculative part of it.
There was a huge amount of concern about whether or not a 10-year projection was adequate and sufficient, or a 20 or 25, 30-year projection was adequate.
Are you referring to the
The 507,
annexation?
the annexation
Yes.
of both the 507 and
But
164.
from a land use perspective, the way that we're addressing it is we look at it from the development potential. We don't even look, because of these changes, we don't look at it from the perspective of 10, 20 years. We just simply say, based on the amount of vacant land you have today, based on the implementation of land use regulations that you're contemplating, if you go from 1 unit per acre to 4 units per acre, your build out is going to change, and you're gonna have at least 3 more households per acre. 3 more households would be X amount of wastewater, X amount of traffic, etc. The flip side is if you have 1 acre that goes to 3 acre, you're going to have less. So, we look at it from the overall development potential generically, and ultimately, whenever a development project comes into the municipality, they have to do their individual SECRA analysis. We just look at it from the global perspective of adopting a set of land use regulations and what are the implications? Are they overall, environmentally, are they going to have a detriment or will they not? And what's the implications of the development that might result from it?
Can I ask you a question on board with just a question?
Mhm.
If there was a village that were to come up within a town, because I know Supervisor Dole mentioned down in Rockland with the amazing amount of villages that came up.
16.
Yeah. If a village was to be put into the middle of town by 500 residents and a vote and all that, they would then be able to put it in their own zoning, that we would not affect them
And
then?
you're right, if you form a village, the village is
Right.
subject to its own zoning regulations, and that can happen
Right.
anywhere except Nassau County.
Okay, now, if the town in the next 5 to 10 years, which predictions have been with population growth, changes perhaps in the desire for large building, and they then were to eventually perhaps seat this board, as some people in high density growth could then seat the board, they could then do a new comprehensive plan instead of new zoning, that would then, I guess as long as it's within state guidelines, they could then change the zoning to what they prefer.
Well, if
Is that, no, I'm just saying,
are you
as
meaning
far as
if they're on
paying.
their own village, or if
Or
they're
even
their
if the
own?
town changes and
If the
what they
town
want.
changes,
Right.
and it's, that, again, that's.
No, I'm just asking you.
Yes,
Yeah, that's what could happen.
well, and the timeframe that we talk about for this particular, master plan, we talk about even a 5-year time horizon,
Right.
because of the fact of what you're confronted with,
Right.
with town of North Monroe,
Right.
annexation, so, it's, in your best interest to evaluate land use, in shorter intervals right now, given the potential changes that may
Okay,
result.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thank you.
I think we hired Ms. Franson's firm. I think they're moving at a rapid pace, and I think we should allow them to do the work that they were contracted to do.
Absolutely.
We made a decision as a board.
We are, but now we're asking questions, and that's the important thing. And obviously, the public, if you're going to allow the public to, a period of time, not only tonight, but on a fairly regular basis, perhaps at the town board meetings, if she would like to be here, this way, as questions do come up, we are right in the midst of litigation, we're in the midst of highly heated issues, and to have your presence here really would help us to be able to address some of the issues as they arise on behalf of the public, because you're carrying the heavy load here, and you're also doing that on just the behalf of the residents, but also on behalf of some of the developers. And part of growth is the acceptance that developers have rights, and we want to make sure that we preserve their rights. I know that even Mr. Church opined, as such moratorium on projects already given conditional final or final approval can impose a significant hardship. We have to be careful in terms of making sure that we take a true hard look. It is one of the reasons why in a litigious society, even though we try to avoid litigation, we're really here at the cusp of not only just one, but perhaps multiple lawsuits who would state that their vested rights have been violated because they have, as according to the...
I think,
Council,
Council, can we,
according to... No, you can't.
can I
You're not
ask
speaking,
you to
so-
opine on Mr. Dole's comments right now?
Mr. Dole is going to keep talking about vested rights, because this is something which isn't a secret to anybody. This is the right of a developer to say that he or she has X amount of dollars. There's a
And
socioeconomic...
we all understand that, but my fear is that you will make a comment that will be detrimental to the town, and it won't be the
That's
first
your
one.
concern, it's not my concern. So, tell me what the first concern was, the first instance, please. Tell me the first instance. Good. You made a statement, now back it up. I'm trying to make sure that our schools are safe, that the 164 acres that Rick, myself, and Jerry voted on for one of the express purposes was to be able to make sure that growth occurred, to make sure that the schools were protected, and now you're making a claim. Please state the other examples which you're citing where I put the town in jeopardy. Please cite one.
I would rather not cite it.
You can cite it, you made the statement, so cite it.
Rather not cite it.
Why? What is it?
Because I want Mr. Cologne to get home before 10 tonight, that's why.
It's actually 9 after 10, 10 after 9.
Actually, gentlemen, it's not for me. The public that's out here, many people that come to our meetings, and I used to see them at the bus stop, 5 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, waiting for a bus. A lot of people in this town commute. It's not fair to them when people take time out of their lives and away from their families to come and watch us argue till 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, and many of them have to get up at 3 in the morning.
Rick, of course I agree, but however, the future of this town hinges on what we do now with the comprehensive plan.
I agree with you
With the
wholeheartedly.
moratorium, as well as whether or not we're ensuring that the rights of those applicants who feel as though they may have been vilified or singled out, or whatever their claim may be, are given their day in court, or find a reason why both the town and the
Well, all the more reason to let the plan move along and do her plan. Ms. Franson, do you have anything else, or no?
Yeah, I have.
Thank you.
Well,
Well, that's what keeps us here till 3, but
Listen, I make a motion, we have
We've never been
discussion
here
of
till
this.
I'll second it.
We've never been here till 3. We can do whatever you want, but I'm going to continue to discuss
I'm
a
gonna
couple
call
of
that to a
issues.
vote, and then we'll
One,
discuss
Is there
extending or not extending the
socio-economic component
moratorium.
of your plan? Again, part of the concern for the public is whether or not there's a socio-economic component, one of them being, for example, social services. Are social services a component? Because in the ruling by Gretchen Walsh, in that ruling, she states that David Church's concerns about socio-economic impact relative to Medicaid was not something that she would be able to rule on because it was exogenous or outside the scope of her authority to rule. However, in this comprehensive plan, it specifically calls for a socio-economic component to have to be addressed. Are we addressing the
we
socio-economic
discussed the
component?
demographics and the housing characteristics of the town.
I'm talking about the socio-economic, not the housing, I'm talking
Well,
about income.
socioeconomic.
Different kinds of, let's say,
There's also median income information, there's per capita information.
that's per capita information based on what
and-
exists now.
that's
And median
what she's
is for the,
saying.
for the towns in
I'm
the
talking about
town.
government assistance. We're talking about social programs, social services. For example, there is.
The town does not provide social services, that's provided by the county, state, and federal government.
However, this
We're
town
talking
is-
about our
However, this
comprehensive
town is
plan
damn well
that our
impacted
town
by
is
social
looking to
services.
enact.
I
You're
listened
listening
for
to play
years.
this, by
I
sitting here and
listened for years.
talking.
Somebody
So
said,
let
people
Ms.
say about
Franson continue talking about it.
94% of residents in the community are on social service. My question
Now
would be,
you're worried about
whether or
that?
not the comprehensive plan is
About 3
going
years ago.
to wind up dealing with the potential that 94% of the population is going to be on social services in a couple of years. That's fair and reasonable based on the
Based on what you
issue
let happen.
of, what is it, outgrowth or growth moving into this community. It's clear and indicative. You go to the New York, what is it, WNYC radio. There's a whole section on Section 8
Again,
housing, and the
There's
people
the
that are actually
issues-
issuing the vouchers are saying, well, they're moving up to
That is not
Monroe.
an issue
They're
that's
moving up to
covered in
Bloomingburg.
anybody's master
Well,
plan.
but why
It's not
should it
covered
be?
in any
It's a
town's master
socio-economic
plan.
issue.
Mr. Doles, you're sitting here using this as a
Where-
soapbox, we're
No,
trying to get
no,
the business of
minor
the town
information,
done.
minor fact, where are your facts? Other than trying to shut
Our facts,
shut people down.
our facts
No, no,
are
no.
what Ms. Franson,
Where is your
our
fire?
professional that we hired, has put into the plan that is a common standard practice that everyone puts in their plans. You're sitting here talking about things that have nothing to do with the plan.
Vouchers.
Nothing to do with the plan.
Roughly 34% of those Section 8 vouchers are used.
So you're just gonna keep on
in the town
talking
of
and waste
Monroe.
everyone's
My
time.
concern
Are
is.
you saying
You're gonna sit here and
I'm
waste
sorry, are
everyone's
you,
time.
Vouchers.
are you saying?
Are they a
Incredible.
basis for a
Ms.
socio-economic
Franson, I'll tell you
concern
what,
in the comprehensive
we've heard
plan?
enough, you're more than welcome to leave at any point. You don't have to be subjected to this any longer. You've got important work to do.
You're just gonna try
Go home and
to,
do
you're just gonna
whatever
try
you
to
need do,
whitewash what you
and we'll
need to
vote
do to
on
be
it,
able to
okay?
accommodate and appease
Thank you very
those
much
people
for your
giving
presence
promises.
this evening. We certainly appreciate it.
I'll ask you one question. Would you maybe at a later date, at another meeting, maybe the first one in November, maybe we could schedule you to come and answer some questions from the public? Just because, we have other things we're doing tonight.
You know what, for these kinds of conversations, when we start to get into the zoning and the comprehensive plan, it should be a separate discussion because you have a very long agenda.
Right.
And I believe, I don't even know that you've opened your hearing on
No,
the moratorium
I think
extension.
it's a discussion that has to be held. We could hold it at a later date.
Yeah, And we'd be happy to, and to, you know, address the questions that are being raised.
Had I known that you
And I apologize, but
I
I
would-
actually also have to get to another meeting, so I'm sorry about
Had
that.
we been advised that you were going to be here, and I was not, I don't have an email to
Oh, I'm
forward.
sorry about that.
Well, that's not your fault, obviously, Mr.
thought that everybody
Mr.
did
McGinn
know
was
that.
aware of it, but he.
I think it would be a common sense thing, we wanted to come here and discuss this.
Where is an email, where is one conversation that you had with the other members of the
Yeah.
board?
And
That's gonna happen.
I'm happy.
Common courtesy would have been
You wanna
that you
call
emailed the
and-
town board members. That would have been a
Communicating
common
with
courtesy,
it
not
individually
common
as
sense.
well.
Okay.
Ms. Francis, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
being
you.
here this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
Good job.
So, are we going to field any questions for the consideration to extend the moratorium laws 1 and 2?
I think we have to open the public hearing on it first.
Okay. Then we need a motion to open the public hearing, is that correct, Mr. Nugent?
That is correct.
To make a motion, we open the public hearing.
I'll second it.
Extending the moratorium.
Okay,
I'll second that.
Okay. Quick question, Mr. Nugent, are we required to have a stenographer here? Or is that something which is not a requirement?
Well, I know we've had one in the past, we do have the video documentation, so it can be transcribed from that, although we'll need to make sure that people are at the microphone and speaking into the microphone to be recorded.
Okay.
So it should be only one of us speaking at a time then, Mr. Nugent, so that it can be clearly articulated up to the tape what we're saying.
That would be ideal.
Thank you.
Do we have any speakers? Mr. Marshall.
I don't think you called to vote to open the public hearing yet.
Okay, call the question.
Aye.
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 Are we limiting the time frame for speakers?
I'd say within 5 hearings if that would be adequate.
I don't recall doing that in the other public hearings, but. Mr. Nugent,
For the purposes of consistency,
legally, what's the rule on that? Because I've noticed that in most public hearings I've been at, they don't limit the time.
Generally, for public hearings, unlike public comment, you would not limit, public input to a degree. I mean, there can be a limit, but not your usual 2 or 3 minute rule for a public hearing.
What do you think, guys?
5 minutes.
I'd say 5 minutes would be adequate.
I'll
I
make a
mean,
motion.
obviously, we're not gonna stop.
Let me just ask everyone to do that?
At 5 minutes exactly,
Just
but
ask everyone to do that?
Yeah,
Can people please keep your comments to 5 minutes or less?
if we could do the same, we could move this along, that'd be great.
Yeah, if a particular individual needs more time, they can request it to the board.
Thank you.
Mr. Marshall.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Stephen Barshov. I'm here on behalf of the applicants and now the litigants who have sued the town board. Obviously, the town board is aware of that. Here to speak in opposition to the moratorium for a number of reasons. First of all, after listening to Bonnie's presentation, I know Bonnie for over 2 decades. She answered the question, I think, accurately from her perspective, that if you literally applied all of the statutes and the statutory timeframes and everything fell into proper alignment, could it possibly theoretically be done in 90 days? And I believe the answer that she gave to that was yes. The likelihood of that happening is about as likely as me winning the lottery tonight. It's just not going to happen. I was here the last time and said it wasn't going to happen in 90 days when the same type of question was posed to Ms. Franson. Could it possibly happen by October? And I believe, Mr. McGinn, that was your question as it was tonight, and she answered the same way, and I'm going to tell you we're going to be back in 90 days again. And the reason is because if you do this, or you try to do this in a way that is reasonably deliberative, there's just no way it can happen in 90 days, especially if you're going to do a generic EIS. It's just not going to happen. I say that only because I'm trying to inject some reality into this, and I don't think that you are proceeding in a real fashion if you think this happens in 90 days. I also want to say, because this is just the way I do things, I'm going to tell you what will happen if the moratorium law is extended, because I don't want there to be any ambiguity about it, so I'll tell you straight to your faces. The litigation will be amended. There will be additional claims that will be added, and the claims that will be added will be a challenge, again, on the basis of the extension today. And as you know, certain individuals were named personally because they voted in favor of a denial of the exemption applications. To me, when the moratorium is extended, it is extending that and it is making that now applicable further to my clients. If additional individuals vote in favor of the extension of the moratorium, they will be named personally as well. And I'm saying that because I just want everybody to be quite clear about what's going on here and how this is going to go down, because I don't want there to be any ambiguity about it. As far as I'm concerned, your appropriate course of action here is, if you want to analyze your comprehensive plan, you want to look at your zoning, by all means do so. That's certainly within your powers. Mr. McQuaid hit it right. If you need to adopt a zoning law and there's something of urgency that you need to adopt it. There should be no more moratorium. It doesn't stop you from looking at your comprehensive plan. You can look at your comprehensive plan as much as you want. You can adopt whatever changes in the zoning that you believe are appropriate. But this moratorium and its application to property owners who have received final approvals is absolutely unlawful. And we have filed a suit on that basis. My understanding is one of the lawsuits has been removed to federal court, although I haven't seen the papers yet, and we'll be happy to litigate it in federal court. I don't care where we litigate it. As far as I'm concerned, I don't like to litigate against municipalities when that litigation is avoidable. At least going forward, it is avoidable. You just stop the moratorium, or you exempt my clients, either way. And then at least whatever claims are, stop as of tonight. And whatever is the past is in the past, but it doesn't go forward into the future. So you have that opportunity available to you. So let me make it clear from my perspective. I don't think you should extend this moratorium a day. I think you should not enact it at all. If you were to enact it, you have the opportunity to exempt my two clients. Should you choose not to do either one, then we will do exactly what I said we will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marilyn, do you have any?
Is there anybody else?
Anyone else want to speak?
Just relevant to the moratorium, sir, please.
Yes, of course. One additional fact.
State your name and address for the record.
Oh, yeah, my name is Dan Burke, and I'm a resident of the village of Monroe, town of Monroe. One additional fact, public fact that came to us this week is the settlement up in Mamakating in the $2.5 million range, which the insurance company's paying that, but I'm certain insurance companies don't like losses, and they'll either raise their rates or cancel, and then the town and village up there will have to be looking for new insurance. But I'm not clear on why we need a moratorium for these 2 or 3 developments that have gone past final approval. I don't see what would be that's fixed, and I don't see what would be changed in a hurry before the new plan comes in. And even accessory apartments, I think that's limited. And you can separate that out and handle it separately. But so I don't see what you're trying to stop in regard to developments that already have final approval. If they wanted to make some changes quick before the new comprehensive plan comes in.
You can continue, I'm just talking to the attorney.
I'm listening to you.
Somebody hit him. He's stuck.
Now, if a developer is going to make some changes quick, I don't know what they are. They would have to go back to the planning board. So I'm not sure that this moratorium prevents anything from happening. And the danger is the lawsuit that could be in the $2 million, $3 million, $4 million range. We spend, the board especially, but the whole town, goes over the budget. Every $50 here, $100 there, and be ashamed if we come up with a nice budget under the budget cap, and then find that we bought ourselves a $4 million elephant. So please consider it carefully. I'm pretty sure you've spoken with your attorney, and the attorney can give you an evaluation of the chances of success coming out of that lawsuit. But if he's not confident that you can fully defend it, maybe you make other arrangements. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to comment?
Worker or a private citizen, town of Monroe. Beg to differ with good attorney and Mr. Burke. Problem with all these permits or approvals is they're all based on the wrong size family. By their own admission, when they came here, they were going to sell it to, market it to the only market that's out there, which is a supersized family. Seeker has not explored the ramifications of seeker-sized families with all these permits. That's why you need a moratorium to explore that. To explore the true ramifications on the environment, not this phony one based on what used to happen back last decade, because that doesn't work anymore in Monroe. That's the big problem here. And as far as the 3-month extension of the moratorium, I think that's the most prudent way to do human beings what they are. They will procrastinate to the last minute. Keep the time frame as short as possible, keep them working on it. You can extend it, put a year on there. My gut feelings, I've been through 5 of these moratoriums in different municipalities, and nothing ever gets done until the last minute. That's just human nature. This is the most prudent way to do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ward.
Thanks, Ward. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Lorraine Loring?
Lorraine Loning, Village of Monroe. I'm in favor of extending the moratorium. I think the purpose was to evaluate and assess and that sort of stuff. And if we're not done doing that, we shouldn't proceed until we are done with it. I do question your timeline. I mean, 3 months with a board that was working on all cylinders, perhaps, but this is a board that takes a meeting that should last 90 minutes and makes it 5 hours. So I'm not optimistic that 3 months is going to happen, but, you know, let's go for it. I had to tell you that the threatening manner of the attorney that spoke was like, whoa, you know, like, if you proceed, you know, bad things are going to happen. I would just do it just to test that, but, you know. I think that would be the worst reason to not do it based on some threat. But that's kind of where I am.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
I'd like to ask something of the attorney. If the members of the board, through these lawsuits, wind up homeless but still in Monroe, can we still remain councilmen on the board? Legally speaking.
If you want to.
As long as your cardboard box is in the town.
All right, thank you. I got a year left, I'd like to finish.
I'd like to ask council and whether or not this has to be done, can be done publicly, or needs to go into attorney-client. I did send out an email request to your partner this morning, and it had to do with the Bloomingburg settlement for the $2.9 million. This is what I was reading, over the weekend, and they were fortunate, I guess, that they had no consent clause with their insurer. That basically meant that both the village of Bloomingburg as well as the town of Ribrianda, those board members were essentially off the hook, and that the insurance company would pay. It was something similar as we saw in Pine Bush. It was a function or the responsibility of the insurance company, I believe. However, in light of a $2.9 million settlement, I think it's incumbent on the town board to know whether or not our insurance carrier does have that same type of provision that they were, both those municipalities were fortunate in having, because none of us obviously can afford to be on the other end of a multi-million-dollar settlement. So while we may look at the possibility of in state court perhaps prevailing, certainly we have a clear indication in federal court based on the Bloomingburg decision that a almost $3 million lawsuit, they did prevail. It was settled, and because of the insurance, the town and the village is not going to suffer, nor, and this is certainly self-survival, I'm going to wind up having to be subject to the same type of a a personal loss. So, Mr. Nugent, is there an opportunity for us we have another town board meeting on Wednesday. I know that Mr. Mr. Lynch had said that he will get back as soon as possible. This was at 11:46 in the morning, to find out whether or not the kind of coverage that we do have. He was emailed to you, we were all emailed, and his response really set up a lot of concerns, I think, for not only myself, but the other members of the board who read it, whether or not we're going to be covered and whether or not the town's going to be covered, because if we're not, we've got to really think hard about what we're going to wind up doing tonight. And are we going to continue what we've done for the last two processes, or are we going to review this and before we decide, find out whether or not we have any kind of insurance coverage that both Bloomingburg and Wayland had?
I think it'd be prudent at this point to make a motion to go into attorney-client.
I'll second.
I would not, just take for the record, that's obviously a discussion that's going to involve discussion of the pending litigation in regards to that question. So if the board wishes to go into attorney-client to discuss it, you
Yes.
can do that.
I'll second.
Call the question?
Aye.
Aye.
Privilege session and the public hearing remains active, and the clerk advises that there are a few other individuals that signed up wanting to speak on this public hearing. Does the board wish to allow them to be heard?
Sure.
Hi, Suzanne Gowan, unincorporated Town of Monroe. I just wanted to express that I am in favor of a continued moratorium. I think a lot of people in the Town of Monroe have been through a lot. I think their hearts are in the right places. I think they're fighting for what they believe in. I think coming home to your home after a hard day's work, to an environment that's peaceful and calm, and something that you love is not anything strange. I think fighting against bigger development, it's no secret there, nothing surprising. I think it's been done before. I think the board is working very hard to help the town do that, at least that's what I believe. And again, I think that a lot of the people in the town's hearts are in the right places. I know that we've been through a lot, but I support the board. I support the moratorium. We started a process. We should see it to its completion, and I hope that the changes will be made that need to be changed. And we're doing this for the future, for ourselves, for our kids, and I think it's the right thing to do. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane Egan, Town of Monroe. I also would favor a continuation of the moratorium. I really hadn't intended to say that, it just seems like we could say it a lot. And having heard what I heard in the first part of the meeting here, I think it's important that public policy decisions be made on their merits and what's good for the town, not under threat of any kind of legal intimidation or bullying. So you have to do what's right, you do what's right for the town, and if that means a lawsuit, it means a lawsuit, but you can't be bullied into a decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosemary Knapp, I'm a resident of the Village of Monroe, have been for 37 years. The only thing I want to say is that I personally am in favor of the town board continuing the moratorium. I feel it's necessary, and I think we have started this process and it needs to be finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Stephen Gornstein, unincorporated Town of Monroe. I had an idea a couple of days ago, which I wasn't particularly thinking I was going to express tonight, but I think the time is appropriate to say that. Having been a high school principal for over 20 years, I'm very sensitive to the concept of bullying, and I I think that society these days, out in the open, are very, is very conscious of bullying and anti-bullying, and there's organizations and walks and groups that talk about bullying. I think that's great. It's easy for the adults to focus in on high school kids and elementary school and junior high school kids and say there's a right and there's a wrong. The big kids shouldn't pick on the little kids, the football players shouldn't pick on the kids who aren't as active, the good-looking kids shouldn't pick on the not-so-good-looking kids, etc. And it applies to society as well. The concept of bullying, obviously, is being carried out in our environment to us, both as a community and to our board. There are members of the board who are trying to sift through all this information and trying to do the right thing, as has been just mentioned. And there's a concept of bullying going on. It may not be clear that it's bullying. What does a bully do? A big kid comes up to a small kid and says, I want your lunch money. And I'm taking your lunch money. If I don't get it from you today, I'm going to get it from you either tomorrow or Friday. But in between today and Friday, I'm just going to keep hitting you in the face. And I'm going to hit you, and I'm going to hit you and hit you, and eventually you're going to give me that quarter. And the big kid just wants the quarter because the big kid wants the quarter. And the little kid brought the quarter for lunch. He just wants to get his lunch. And the little kid has a choice of saying, you're not getting that quarter, and getting punched in the face, or giving the kid the quarter. And eventually the big kid thinks he's going to get that quarter, and often he does. But that doesn't make it right or wrong. People in KJ, the leaders of KJ, some of the developers, some of the LLCs, some of the lawyers that represent the LLCs, all say, we want what we want it today. If we don't get it today, we're going to go get it tomorrow. And that might be true. They might get what they want tomorrow, or the next day, or the next decade. They might get what they want. But it doesn't mean that it's necessarily right to get it today. It could possibly be gotten through a process. And it's not, we want it today, we're going to develop, we're getting bigger, so we just want it. Give me your lunch money, give me your quarter. I want it for me. I don't really care what happens to you. It doesn't matter to me. I want that quarter. And I think the situation is analogous to what's happening to us. Sometimes that little kid gets beat up, and he gets socked in the face, and he goes home, and he either tells his parents or he hides it. Sometimes you have to take those knocks, and I think that unfortunately these lawsuits are like the knocks. It's a more sophisticated knock, and I think that we shouldn't give in to the bully. We shouldn't give in to the concept like they're going to get it anyway. So hey, let's just roll over and give it to them. We all came to Monroe for a reason. Those folks that want to move ahead very quickly, the developers, people in KJ, they have a right to do that in a slow, organized, methodical, and well-thought-out process. They don't have a right to come steamrolling in and just decide to get what they want today just because they want it. I think that the moratorium allows us to continue to act in a slow, methodical way. We seem to be doing that. Not rushing, not bending to pressure, not bending to the money that might be like extracted from us because we were bad kids, we were little kids, and the bigger guys with more money and more lawsuits and more availability to come get us think that they can just roll over and get what they want today. I think the moratorium should go on. I think doing the 3-month increments works best because we have a chance with deadlines to sort out what's going on, to hear from Bonnie, hear the various steps that are going on, question the process, and try to move forward and do this in the best possible fashion. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Pendergast. I live in the town of Monroe. I've lived in the town of Monroe for 56 years. So, and I wasn't born here. But I actually live in the house that I grew up in as a little, since I was a little girl. I've learned to swim in Round Lake. I walked Gilbert Street many, many times on my way to the Three Bears to get an ice cream cone. Walked to Dayton's 5 and 10 to get penny candy. And throughout the years I've seen a lot of growth. Houses have gone up, businesses have gone up, and I remember when the strip malls would go up and my mother would say, why are they putting all these, little malls here and there where you're driving all over the place and wasting gas and whatnot. And you know, I've seen a lot of growth and I understand growth, but I am totally in favor of continuing the moratorium because we have someone, Bonnie is working and she's doing this study and she knows so much about everything. I listened to her and she's just incredible about what she knows about the land. And I agree that we should not succumb by bullying or of a lawsuit when what we really need to do is think about what's best for our town. How can we grow in a responsible way? So I am definitely in favor of continuing the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Mr. Brown?
Yeah. Boy, Brower, private citizen. Monroe. Thing, I have to keep reminding people, we still have an accessory apartment law on the books. These guys get granted in, we have 91 apartments right now, which we can't enforce, which have a life unto themselves. They can keep expanding. We have no mechanism to control them. We let these guys in, that's 91 plus who knows what. It's a problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Seeing none, is there any comment on the part of the board before we take a vote on this? Mr. Nugent?
Do we have to close the public?
Do we have to close the public hearing?
Before you vote, you would need to close the public hearing. Just before you do so, I'm just going to make one recommendation of a minor change to the effective date. Rather than, right now it reads that the local law would be effective immediately. If the board is inclined to adopt it, I would suggest making it effective November 3rd, which is the expiration of the existing extension. And the only reason for that is if it's filed tomorrow or the next day, it would take effect earlier than the expiration of the second extension that's currently in effect. So this would just give us the full 90 days as needed, effective November 3rd. And I'm sorry, the language should be November 3rd, or, upon filing with Secretary of State, because it has to be filed, but we'll recommend that be done this week.
Is that to be, even if it's filed before then, it's to be effective November 3rd? Is that what you said?
It'll be, in other words, it can't be effective unless it's filed with the Secretary
Right,
of
I
State, but
understand
we can state the effective date, so it will be, conditioned on filing by that date with the Secretary of State.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
We need a second to close.
Motion to close the public hearing first.
I'll second.
Call the question?
Aye.
Aye.
We need a motion to vote. Who would like to submit that?
I'll make a motion that we extend the moratorium for a period of 90 days to commence on November 3rd and after it is filed with the Secretary of State.
If I can, just going to modify that, the motion should be to adopt the proposed local law number 3, extending the moratorium, as is before the board.
Four.
It's local law
Four.
number 4.
I'm sorry, I meant, yeah, I have, all right, local law number 4 of 2016.
I'll second that.
Is that amended, Mike?
Yes, it'll be to extend the moratorium using via local law number 4, would that be correct?
Adopting local law.
Adopting local law number 4,
Of 2016, right?
2016.
We have a second for discussion?
Tony seconded it.
All right, for discussion?
Yeah, we can discuss it now.
Okay. Anyone?
Go ahead.
Okay.
No, you go ahead.
I understand Mr. Barshov's concerns on behalf of his client. I understand the concerns of all of the developers who believe that they may have been singled out. I don't believe that's the case. However, I do understand that the public has a right and an expectation that even sometimes during a tough time when we're being threatened with lawsuits that could really alter not only the course of this community, but our personal financial conditions, that we sometimes have to do something which puts us at risk, but at the same time it puts the townspeople in a place where they expected us to be able to stand up for them. We do not have the information yet that I had asked Mr. Lynch. However, in the absence of that, I think we all make a compelling argument, but more importantly, a couple of the folks that got up here just a moment ago, I think made the most compelling argument about the need to be able to, not to stand up for bullies, but to be able to stand up for what we know is right, and that's to be able to look at this moratorium as a process which we need to see it through, and at the same time make sure that the developers' rights are also respected, but more importantly, that we wind up ensuring that when we walk down the street, we can look in the eyes of each and every one of you saying that even though we put ourselves at risk, we didn't risk the townspeople here in Monroe. So I think I know where I'm going to be voting, and I think we have a high degree of certainty where we are going to vote at in a few moments. Mr.
Yeah, briefly, I also just want to say that I listened to the public comment from everybody, and I think that a lot of good points were made on both sides, but I will say I know which way I'm going to vote on this one, and I do have two worries. One is whether the 90 days will be enough. I hope it is. There's a lot of work to be done, and a lot of work from the board coming up in the future when we get the statements and the paperwork from Bonnie's firm, and the public will be looking at that too and making more suggestions and input. So I just hope that we can get that done in 3 months. I've made my feelings known to the board about how I feel about that. The other thing is, it's very easy for people in the public, citizen got up and said to, in effect, you know, go ahead and do it, what's right for the town, which I know this board is going to do that. But it's easier to say when you're sitting in the seat, when you're not under a lawsuit from a high-powered law firms looking to get their, you know, day in court, which they have every right to. But as they get personally sued, it does put certain members of the board at risk with their families and their property. I do think the town is in the right. I think our votes have been in the right, and that's why I'm going to continue to do certain things, only because I believe it's right. Does it make you nervous or a little apprehensive? Absolutely. But we're going to, I think as a board, I know what I'm going to do. I think the board is going to do the right thing in the overall best interest of the town. Thank you.
That being said, if there's no further discussion, we need to call the question. Aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. I'd like to make a motion to repeal Chapter 14, Chapter 57 of the accessory apartment law.
I'll second the motion to repeal.
For the purpose of discussion, once again, I fall on the efforts of Mr. Brower this evening, who has certainly been a proponent, along with thousands and thousands of other people in the town of Monroe, who look at this law as being a pernicious attempt to be able to violate people's right to be able to cohabitate in a peaceful way. It is a law which is not just one example of what I would consider to be an excuse, an abuse, but multiple examples of abuses. It has gone on for not only months at this point, it's been going on for years. And it has somehow worked itself into the very fabric of people coming and asking not for something which would have been a quote granny flat, as the term is overused sometimes even by me, but now looking at it in terms of new construction, certain types of applications that nobody had ever entertained, ever. And it's not repealed, and that's why I had asked Ms. Fransone whether or not it's a standalone law that could be repealed. If we repeal it today, we can always introduce later on another law which winds up addressing the needs of the people that the law was originally intended to serve. And that was low-income to moderate-income families, seniors who are looking for an additional source of income, and within parameters that we can all wind up dealing with more effectively and more coherently, without worrying that it's going to be the prime part of the puzzle which winds up, I'll use the term, changing Monroe forever. So that's what I'd like to say in regards to the repeal of the accessory apartment law.
Quick thing, I agree with Harley in the statements he's making. I think he has a good point. I think all along, I've agreed with either amending it or repealing it and putting in enforcement capabilities for the town to enforce the actual law, which right now it seems as if we have none. And that's part of the problem. The law is, as bad as the law is and as bad as the loopholes are, the enforcement loopholes are even worse. So that's what we have to address as a board moving forward if we don't get it done tonight. I'm sure the board is going to look at it as we move along. I think either an amendment or a repeal, whatever it is eventually down the line. When I did chapter 57, I put in things for it to be, complete and fulfilled by a complete planning board process of site plan review for these apartments. And I think that would have been one way to do it. Maybe that's not perfect, but at least we would have had our planning board look at everything and look at the impacts, the complete impacts, especially when you're talking about developments being done that way. And Forest Edge was looked at as having accessory apartments for all 54 units or whatever it was. And I thought that was at least a proper procedure. But we've got to do something, and we've got to do it so it's fair, and it also gives opportunities, because some of the seniors have come up to me in this community and asked me to make sure we put something in there that's enforceable and fair for everyone. So that's my feelings on it. Thanks.
I just want to advise the board before you proceed any further that you cannot move to amend a local law at the same meeting. You would need public notice and a public hearing before you could consider repealing or amending an existing local law.
I'd like to make a motion, we table this until such time that we take this back up.
I'll second that.
For discussion?
There's no discussion on motion to table.
One thing is, the lawyer, I want to ask his opinion, because you put opinion out. What are you saying as far as the local law?
We can't
As
vote
far as
on
a
it.
repeal, Mr. Newell?
Any repeal or amendment to a local law requires a notice to the public, and then you would have to have something in hand for 7 days prior to a public hearing. And like you did tonight, then you would repeal the law after the public hearing. So you can't do that tonight by making a motion. You can't accomplish a repeal of a local law.
Okay. So the amended motion would have to be to put forth a public hearing date, is that what you're saying?
If you wanted to make a new motion, it would be to recommend a repeal and to set a public hearing.
Okay. I'll withdraw that
I'll make
motion.
a motion to,
Withdraw your first motion.
I'll make a motion to withdraw my.
There's already a motion out there to
Table.
table.
Table that motion. Make the next
You
motion.
can't table the table.
We're not tabling. Make the next motion.
If
You
you,
gotta call table
Aye.
vote.
You gotta-
Aye.
You gotta call
Aye.
on the table?
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Make the next motion.
Good.
I'll make a motion that we set a public hearing 2 weeks from today in order to repeal the accessory apartment law.
I'll second it for discussion.
I just think it's something that the board should consider. The process has to be done properly, as the attorney said, and I just would like to put that forth.
I know that the public is eager to see this move forward. I hope that the town board will also see that it is the only way to be able to preserve this community the way that we know it to be, whether you've been here for 50 years or you've been here for only a short period of time. However, the 2 weeks would give us the ability to have Ms. Franson comment, give her ideas, opinions as it relates to this law. Obviously, it's not binding, but it'll give us an idea as to what she feels would be the highest and best use of that law, or to abandon that law in its entirety, and then give it a cooling off period to be able to review exactly what the consequences would be, and then perhaps, if we do repeal it, then to look at it a little bit down the road, especially in the context of the comprehensive plan and the revisions under the zoning codes, so that we could wind up, have a safer, more appropriate type of apartment accessory law that would be somewhat bulletproof from the type of misbehavior that we're currently seeing.
Make a motion, we table this also.
Second it.
We have a
Well, they can take it.
okay. Call it. Council, how does this,
the motion to table would take precedence over the underlying motion, so you would need to call the vote on the motion to table.
call the vote to table it? No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Just because we table it doesn't mean that we are not gonna, we still have an option. We'll listen to the public, and we still don't have to appeal it I just want to get.
You voted no.
It wasn't tabled, just so we're clear, there was 3 no's, so
Do we need a
So the
motion?
motion is still on the table.
the motion's still on the table.
Okay, Mary Ellen, what date is 2 or 3 weeks from tonight?
That is the,
Let's see what they have to say.
Monday is the 31st. That brings us to, isn't that the night before elections, the 7th?
You can't do it
Brings
then.
to the 7th,
Why don't we go a week ahead?
2.
Halloween.
No, a week ahead of November 7th.
You're
We have the election.
back at the end of November.
That would be November 14th, you're already scheduled to have a meeting that
You're at
night.
the end of November, after Thanksgiving. You after Thanksgiving.
Change the venue?
On the 14th?
No. No,
Is it large enough?
no,
Yeah.
no.
What?
I'm saying after Thanksgiving.
Okay, Rick wants to do it after Thanksgiving. Mary Ellen, is there a date
Yeah,
after
we
Thanksgiving?
haven't even voted on this yet.
Well, he needs to set.
So if you, are you gonna set,
A
I
vote
need,
that he would vote on. He just asked for a vote that he would vote on. A date.
you have to make a motion on the date and
Well,
and
we'll
then
just
call
see,
it a
Mary
vote.
Ellen, what dates are open. I don't wanna make a date that's not open for us. That's all.
After Thanksgiving?
When's the first one in December,
Because I
Mary
don't
Ellen?
think-
Mary Ellen, when's the first date open in December?
First date we have opened in December is, bring up the calendar. That would be December 5th, we're already scheduled for a town board meeting that evening,
7 o'clock.
I believe.
December 7th, 7 o'clock, is that good for everyone?
Yeah.
December 5th.
Yeah.
That being said, call the question?
Aye.
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 Nay.
Okay. All right, so that gives everyone, well, over a month to be able to look at the issues, and by then we'll probably have a good idea what Ms. Francone says, and we'll be able to, and the public will be able to offer their opinion, and that's,
Yeah, we should have a report in mid-November, so we
Okay.
can all look at it.
all right. We have a little bit late, we have the representatives from,
We have Harley.
Go ahead, Mary Ellen.
We have the moratorium variance hardship case, that one gentleman is here.
oh, okay, Mr. Udikamar, please come up. This was the 6:15 public hearing. We had to offset that because of, for a couple of reasons, but hello again.
Our apologies for keeping you here for 2 hours.
Yes, sir. This is a continuation of a hardship variance by a street haven and Fatin. Thank you very much. There were, I believe, you weren't able to make it the last time, or there was a little bit of confusion regarding the scheduling. Welcome back to the town board.
Thank you.
Mr. Nugent, if you can give us a little fill-in on this?
The last time we had discussed this application, the applicant was asked to submit an amended petition regarding the application because it did not state or assert a hardship. The applicant apparently submitted a letter with a hardship in it, not an amended petition, so whichever way the board is going to go, that petition would need to be a condition that one be submitted an amended petition, which requires notarization. The other item that I had in the notes was that Supervisor, you were going to discuss with Mr. Maldonado. This involved a plan, I believe, in the basement to finish a basement with a 2-bedroom apartment. The question, well, we were seeking Mr. Maldonado's comments on the application, or whether or not there was a building permit application and what the status was of that. So I do not have any information on that.
I am going to
And by the way, the issue I think really arose because this wasn't a hardship in the sense that they were seeking to expand the home. This is basically construction within the existing structure that would take place in the basement. So I believe that's why we were seeking Mr. Maldonado's input, or whether this was merely, basically, for lack of a better term, this was an accessory apartment that would be constructed in the basement.
We had anticipated Mr. Maldonado being here so I'm going to apologize to the petitioner. We had expected him to be here for another issue. Unless we can decide now, we're going to have to reschedule for when Mr. Maldonado is here. This was based on another application for a condemnation. So, Mr. Nugent, if that's essential to what is required, meaning Mr. Maldonado, we're going to have to wait until he's here for the...
Well, if we're gonna do that, then we can also require the amended petition be submitted. Basically, you need to take what was in your letter and put it into the original petition and have that signed and notarized again, so that there is a complete and verified petition with the hardship stated in it. And then we can either have Mr. Maldonado present, or if the board wants to obtain his input in writing, either or would be acceptable.
I think Mr. Maldonado doesn't need to be present, he can go to the residence. And I think also the issue was what was presently done there in that basement, whether there was a CO is the other issue, right? Is that what we were looking at?
I believe so. But
So why don't we just ask Mr. Maldonado to look into that, so he's not getting held up anymore, and the next time he comes here, we can vote on this and move forward with it, rather than have Mr. Maldonado present.
If we're gonna continue, we just need to set a date certain so that we do not need to do public notice and publishing again. So if the board wants to confer with the clerk and determine a date now to continue this.
do we want to do this for Wednesday? Is that possible?
I think you should check with Mr. Maldonado, because he was a little perturbed last time that he wasn't consulted on the date for the house on the lake.
Why don't we put it on for the first meeting in November, and that will give him ample time to visit the residence, look at it, see if a CO was ever issued for the prior work that was done there, and then report back to the board.
What date?
That would be November 21st, whereas as of right now, Mr. Maldonado would be appearing at the town board for the 556 Lakes Road.
What's the first meeting in November?
That is the rest of budget meetings. The only town board meeting we have scheduled for November is November 21st. We have one on November 14th, it's a budget meeting.
Has that been noticed to do town board business as well? maybe?
Yes, all the budget meetings have been noticed to do town board business.
So we could do something like that, Mike.
Right.
You could continue the public hearing at one of the budget meetings if you wish to do that.
So we don't have anything scheduled for the 7th right now,
The 7th of,
November?
that's the night before elections, we normally never hold a town board meeting because of this building being used. You can go to TMAC, but, can I make the recommendation that maybe I can reach out to Mr. Maldonado tomorrow, and tomorrow evening I could tell you what dates he's available?
That would be great.
We need to set it tonight.
We need to have
Okay,
a
so-
date tonight.
Okay, gotcha.
So the 14th is the next time we can do this?
14th at 7 o'clock, is that good?
That'd be fine.
We need a motion? No, we don't need a motion. Mr. Nugent, just a continuance for...
I would do a motion just to continue the
Yeah.
public hearing on November 14th, at what time would you set?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Call the question.
Sorry, I've lost you for a minute there, sorry.
November 14th, 7 o'clock,
14, 7
for
o'clock.
continuation.
At what venue?
Here.
Here?
Is that a regular board meeting?
No, that's budget.
That would be a TMAC then.
Team
So that would be the TMAC.
Yes.
Good thing I did, good thing I
Town
lost.
owner or civic center.
I'll go with it. I'm good.
Call the
Aye.
question?
Aye.
Right.
Okay, so you'll just need to provide the amended petition. Sooner you can do that, the better, and then they'll continue it, and in the meantime, get the input from the building inspector, or he may be present that night if, however they choose to proceed.
Okay. The building inspector have to be here, or just otherwise you could...
I mean, in my position, he doesn't have to be here as long as we have something in writing with his opinion on the application, but that's up to the board.
Does that sound good, guys?
Fine with me.
Fine.
Yeah, okay, right? Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for making you wait again.
Charles?
Do you have to close anything? Do we have to?
No.
No, we didn't hear it.
Continuation.
Okay. This is the folks from On4 Solar.
Yeah,
Finally some
With some
Arco.
issues.
You have another hardship hearing.
Are they here?
I don't know if they are.
They
Well,
were
Orco
here, they
left.
left. They came about 7 o'clock and they left about 20 after 7.
You want to continue that on the 14th as well?
Yeah.
They stayed longer than that, Mary Ellen. Yeah, they stayed till we went into executive session.
Okay, and that has to do with the 615 Orco Enterprises. Do we want to set a continuation for the same thing for 645 on the 14th? Just to be able to preserve Orco as a, Orco's place here as a continuation?
Yeah, just for the record, Orco was also supposed to submit an amended petition with a statement of hardship. I haven't seen that. Clerk's indicating it has not been submitted yet, so we can communicate to them that needs to be done and continue it on the 14th.
I'll make a motion that we have a continuation for the hardship variance for Oracle Enterprises Incorporated to be held on November 14th at 6:45 p.m. That would also be at the TMAC.
Okay. Any discussion?
Second.
Second.
Have a
I'll
second.
Second, any
I'll
discussion?
Aye.
Question?
Aye.
Gentlemen, we're here, obviously, a couple of issues. One was the, and I want to thank you both. We met with the assessor and with the building inspector between 4 and 5 o'clock today to discuss a couple of issues that were concerned, that seemed to have been creating a little bit of forward momentum from occurring concerning the starting of the solar farm. One of them had to do with the issues by the assessor for purposes of taxation. That is something which I believe we're going to respond. We're going to look at some of the existing solar farms and look at that and how they dealt with some of the new concerns. And these are all brand new with the Department of Taxation for New York State and what we need to do exactly in making sure that we're following the law and we're not violating any of your rights, obviously.
Correct. We're familiar with what's going on in the industry as far as taxation and so on. We don't see any real obstacles there. Whatever comes down from Albany or the state will work.
Right. There was one of the issues that Mr. Maldonado had brought up. I was there, Mr. Martin was there, Mr. McQuaid was there as well, and I thank them for staying late. Was the resolution that we had passed. Jerry, you have a date on that?
Yeah, let's see. Date of adoption, August 22nd, 2016. It was the resolution of the town board for the town of Monroe, New York, for its determination under the SECRA Review Act, which is the State Environmental Quality Review Act, stating its intent to be lead agency for construction of a solar project on town property. The one thing that came to our attention during the process of everything being reviewed by the engineering firm, which is Sterling Environmental Engineering PC, which is the firm that did the landfill, did the closure, did the updates every year that they have to check and file reports on behalf of the town for the state and federal government. What happened was they're the ones who were doing the actual EAF, so to speak, and the secret stuff, and they're the ones who we had intended to do it. The problem is when we did section 6 of the proposal, we listed it, I think for more of habit, we listed the town engineer to do it, when we really were meant to and should have said Sterling Environmental Engineering PC would be directed to review the EAF and make any recommendations to the town board with respect to the environmental review, which they've done, correct, Harley? The problem is that we listed the wrong engineering firm. there were emails sent to our engineer, the town engineer, and he basically replied that he understood it to be Sterling to do it, and that he had no history with the landfill as it was, or anything since then, or the closure, and therefore the monitoring. So I guess his recommendation basically was also to have Sterling do it. So we'd have to make an amendment to the resolution, and section 6, instead of saying the town engineer, we would have to say Sterling Environmental Engineering PC. And they are the ones who are doing the work anyway. It was just a mistake that was made in the resolution.
And Sterling, and Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, Sterling has been the engineer on this site for the last 15 years or so. They are the ones who coordinated the closing of the landfill, the monitoring of the landfill over the years. They have the most pronounced expertise in that landfill, and
Correct, if I can add one thing, sorry, Harlan. They also did all the DEC submissions, so we hired them to do all the submittals to the DEC, get those approvals, and we also retained them to do the opinion letter for section 6 of the EAF.
right, and we asked George to give us a copy. It's on DVD to be able to just review, because Mary Ellen's board minutes were spot on, as they always are. But just wanted to get an idea as to how this little bit of, I'll use the term, snafu between the two names. But unless there is a prohibition, I believe that the intent was to have Sterling do the work, or continue to do the work with this resolution. So that was one of the issues that was brought up.
So what are we looking to do, amend the resolution? Is that what we're looking to do?
Yeah, just to name Sterling Environmental Engineering as the engineer involved.
Mr. Nugent, is there any problem with that, or no?
First of all, most of what was just said is new to me. I wasn't aware of these emails and the conversation. In fact, I had not heard from Mr. Edsel one way or the other, so that's kind of what I was waiting for. I didn't realize that Sterling was going to be, the resolution just says town engineer, so is Sterling under contract with the town?
Yes, they are for the landfill monitoring.
Okay,
They've been
so,
under contract for the last, again, 15 years or so. They're the ones who started the process on closing it down. They're the ones who monitor it. They're the ones also that, as Enforce had just said, they're the ones that they've been using to do the paperwork.
Right. Since Sterling is the town engineer, or at least one of the town engineers.
No, there's only one town
we
engineer.
hired them. Right.
Right, it was.
They're our landfill engineer, which was the confusion. We should have said the landfill.
Understood, and that's why we retained them to do this.
That was our fault.
Right, so they're not, they did the work in the landfill, they're not under contract, they're not the town engineer, so who's paying for this for them to do it?
We are paying them.
Alright, so this is just a matter of changing on the resolution instead of, Mark Edsel's firm doing it, having.
Right.
Which is actually what Mark suggested himself. He has no history with the land.
And so that Ben can obtain that they can move forward to be able to get the permit they need to be able to bring to Ben from the Orange County Public Works to be able to get the road cut permit.
Right, and that's a very minor issue. On the apron to the entrance to the landfill, the county is requesting that we put another layer of repair the blacktop there, and we'll, certainly take care of that.
Right, and that's something, because it's on a county road, my understanding now from Ben is that regardless, if it's on a county road, the building inspector doesn't have jurisdiction, and therefore it requires a building plan, a plan to be submitted.
Correct, a civil engineer will draw up a plan for us to do this 16-foot wide blacktop, 16 by 50 at the entrance to the gate.
Right, it has to be double wide so that trucks can come and go, both directions. I'm sorry, who was the physical engineer from the county?
Mark Carroll.
Mark Carroll. This is a requirement, it's been back and forth with Ben, but unless we have an engineer facilitating it, it can't go to Ben to be able to approve or to issue the permit.
It's a county road.
County. That's one. So we would need a motion, if the board approves, to be able to amend the resolution to read, council, how would this read? We've never done this before.
Well, the initial resolution was the town engineering reviewing the environmental assessment form to basically affirm there were no concerns or make a recommendation, as to how the matter should proceed under the secret review. So if the board wishes to designate Sterling to do that as part of the resolution, they can do that. They did provide a letter. It really was somewhat short in terms of the secret analysis. They should probably be telling the town board what their recommendation is in terms of negative declaration, positive. It sounds like they're indicating negative, but they don't say that. So we would, if you're gonna assign them to do it, they should provide their recommendation to the town board as to the secret process. And that's entirely up to the board if you want to designate them to be the ones to do that.
It's, if the board approves it, to provide a recommendation for what?
Would be to review the short form environmental assessment form and provide a recommendation to the town board on going forward with the secret review.
So, Mr. Nugent, quick question for you on that. They already provided this letter, so we'll ask them to amend the letter that they've already provided to.
They can either amend or they can just,
additional
they can
guidance.
supplement that letter with their recommendation on the environmental review going forward, where they believe the town should go. Again, based on what they wrote, it sounds like they're saying that this would be no environmental impact and a negative declaration,
Right.
but
Well, what Sterling is doing is they're concurring with the DEC findings. They did the DEC submittal, the DEC approved everything, gave it permission to go ahead and construct the project, and Sterling is concurring with those findings.
Right, and we're referring to the October 19th, 2016 letter written to the town from Sterling. So if there's going to be modification, it would need to include the part that Mr. Nugent has requested.
yeah, I don't think they need to go back and, rewrite that letter. We have that letter. They can just supplement, say, we understand the town is asking for a recommendation with respect to the environmental review process, and based on our review of the application and the DEC documents, this is our recommendation.
Okay, so I will speak with Sterling, and as part of our current engagement with them, I'll have them append that letter.
Okay, and then, just to update the board, then once we have that recommendation, we can finalize the balancing resolution, which has been drafted for the town board's consideration, and this is to exempt the matter from town zoning under that balancing test.
Question, do we need?
Mr. Nugent, would you feel more comfortable having them submit the letter and then at a later date do the balancing test? Or are you comfortable doing the balancing test this evening? That's obviously something which is within your scope of authority.
Well, the only issue I have is that, you as the board are doing the balancing, and you need the resolution in its entirety to do that properly. I mean, I know you have 2 other meetings that the resolution is essentially drafted. If they can get us a letter, I think you're meeting Thursday, you can certainly, put that on if you wish to get it done.
Well, Mr. Nugent, since they have provided a letter, and, you just need a little tweaking to that letter, we couldn't go forward with the test?
On a conditional basis, that letter arrives before a certain date?
Well, that's what I'm suggesting, is the letter arrives, we can just present, the town board needs to read the full resolution, in other words, to have the balancing, and that's part of the resolution is going to include Sterling's recommendation by letter dated whatever date. In other words, we need that recommendation.
And the current
If
letter.
the board agrees, you're ahead of
won't
us.
stand as a recommendation.
In any event, the town board does not have a complete resolution before them, so they're the ones doing the balancing, not me. We're proposing a resolution, they need to review it and adopt it, so, I think it can be reviewed by Thursday this week, since you have a meeting anyway, that's up to the board, but.
Can we do that on Thursday?
Assuming we can get the letter tomorrow,
Okay, so just to be clear, the one outstanding item would be to refine that letter as more of a recommendation, and upon receipt and review of that recommendation, then we can perform the balancing test.
Yeah, we would put that into the resolution, send it to the board. If we get the letter tomorrow, we'll send it to the board. They'll have the full resolution, and then they can consider it for Thursday's meeting and adopt it if they choose to.
One question, who's gonna draw up the resolution?
I already have it
Council
drafted.
has it already.
You have that
Yeah.
resolution? I know you were working on it, you have it already?
I have it, yeah.
Okay, now, just to be specific, so these gentlemen know, I'm just reading something from the 19th letter. I'm not disagreeing with you. We provide this letter in response to section 6 of the resolution. We've reviewed the SEAF and resolution and find both consistent with our understanding of the project and the work plan approved by the New York State Department of Environmental, DEC. In this regard, the environmental review is complete and sufficient for the project. Now, you need something above that to say exactly what, just so they know.
I would suggest their letter say that it sounds like they're recommending a negative declaration that there will not be an environmental impact, so that should be their recommendation.
Negative, no environmental impact.
Yes, well, one and the same, but yes.
Okay.
It's just an.
And then Thursday we can do it.
No, I understand that, but my thought process is
But you
that.
have to know what you want to tell Sterling, unless you're going to
Yeah,
have
no,
us do
no,
it.
I know exactly what to tell them, they want a negative declaration of
Right.
environmental impact, but I believe that is encompassed in all of DC documents as far as the entirety of the package on the table right now for the project. I think that's been stated
Right.
numerous times.
It is clear in the DEC documents that this board needs to make the determination. We can't simply say DEC said it, so therefore we say it. In other words, they need to make, based on their own professionals, a recommendation, or an engineering firm in this case that they're hiring to consider it, says to them, this is what we recommend, because this board could theoretically disagree with DEC if they so choose, but I don't expect that.
I
So, that's why we need that recommendation to act on.
Okay, we won't take up any more time.
And then, like I say, we'll put that in the resolution.
So at the same time, you're gonna change. Talking to the mic, please. At the same time, you're gonna change the resolution about Sterling being the primary engineering company?
No, we have to vote on that right now.
We'll look into doing that.
We have to, that is a motion which is on the.
We haven't made a motion yet, we have not made a motion yet, okay? But that is, the issue is to move forward, and the attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but would be the best course of action to amend that resolution or make a new statement, a new motion for the board to put Sterling Environmental as the engineer for the
I
project?
think the board can just make a resolution tonight
Okay.
stating that to the extent section 6 of that, whatever the date of the resolution was, indicated the town engineer, that the town board directs, that town engineer to refer to Sterling, whatever the full name of their firm is.
Or would we put them in as the engineer, Sterling, because they're the one, I don't think Mr. Edsel wants to, from his letters, if Sterling does it, it gives the recommendation for the balancing test to the town, we can then move forward as a town.
Yes, so you can replace the words town engineer with the name, I'm not sure the full name of Sterling,
Okay.
but
All right, I'll make a motion that we change in the resolution, date of adoption was August 22nd, 2016. The resolution of the town board for the town of Monroe, New York for its determination of the state, SECRA Act, stating its intent to be lead agency for construction of a solar project on town property, where it says in section 6, the town engineer, we wish to replace that with Sterling Environmental Engineering, PC, and that this is to direct Sterling Environmental Engineering, PC, to be the engineering firm that deals with the solar project that is to be installed at the Monroe Town landfill. Is that
pretty well done.
correct? Okay.
We need a second then.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Any discussion? Call the question.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. We have a couple of items that I'm
Thank
on.
you, gentlemen.
sorry, do you want to put them on Thursday for the
Yes.
balancing? I mean, it's not a hearing or anything, but do you want
I'll
to?
put them on.
Okay.
We don't need a motion for it.
I thought you had a budget meeting. You do Thursday, right?
No.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, every day this week?
We do.
Friday.
Right.
Thursday, what time?
7 o'clock?
No, it would be 6:45. No. I'll make a motion that we put the On-Force Solar Group on for 6:45 PM at the TMAC in order to hopefully conclude the issue of the balancing test for the proposed solar farm for the Monroe Wood landfill.
I'll second it. Call the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Mary Ellen, we have nothing for 6:45, or should I ask you first? Mary Ellen?
No, we don't.
Okay, thank you.
With the board's permission, could we adjourn for 5 minutes?
We only have 1 hour left.
It's 9, yeah.
George has to change out anyway.
It's gonna change. I'm taking some things off the agenda with the board's permission.
Great.
I know. I just, these other things don't have to be. Okay?
Harley?
Yeah. Adjourn for 5 minutes? We're gonna adjourn for 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
We need a motion for this? Mr. Lynch, Mr. Nugent, we need a motion to adjourn?
No. You're just taking a break?
Take a break, 5 minutes.
You just take a break, you don't need to adjourn.
Okay, thank you very much. Be back in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to reconvene right now. This is, we don't need to, we didn't take, we didn't make a motion.
I just want to make a motion.
You don't have to.
No, something quick. I make a motion that we pay the bills, resolution we pay the bills for the town of Monroe.
I'll second.
Second discussion, Mr. Cardone.
Peter.
Sir.
Just something for the future.
Yes?
I know this is an emergency situation, but with respect to overtime, I guess because it's a separate entity, we don't have any say over the ambulance corps' overtime.
What do you mean the ambulance scores overtime?
I'm assuming they have 7 hours in here for overtime.
In their contract for the weekly coverage, for the daily coverage, I guess, yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to be
Is that for ALS you mean?
consistent.
No, that's during the day, 5 days a week, during the weekdays, the ambulance corps has PLS coverage provided by Mobile Life, and the town has a copy of the contract with Mobile Life that was approved. You know, the town board has it, and that's the contract that was signed by the Corps. So
we have no say in there.
I'm not certain that we have any say.
I don't know if I would want to because of the emergency situation of it probably.
Yeah, but I think that if we were to sit back and go through the past vouchers, we'd find out that the Corps manages that very well.
Okay. And the only other question I have is,
All right. Sure, go ahead.
I guess, John, this is, I guess for you, but it goes back to 2015.
Which one is it?
It's the temporary switch with connector.
Yes.
AMP. That's AMP?
I don't,
The vendor.
no, ODB.
Oh, that's the leaf machine, yes. That is, we just ordered some new parts for the one leaf machine, and there was an invoice out there that was either forgotten about, missing,
Okay.
2015, so that needs to be paid
Yes.
before I get my part.
Okay. That's what I was asking. Thank you.
You need the motion to pay the bills. We already have a second. Call the question.
Aye.
Aye. Next item is the, did you want to do the?
All right, I don't know if the members, yeah, well, the only reason I'm bringing this up, I gave copies to the members at the beginning of the meeting. And we had an issue that I believe Tony brought up at one of the budget meetings about the electrical billing. And I looked into it, and actually Harley looked into it, and then Peter and Christine and myself. And what happened was we got 3 bids on the electric for a 12-month period. This period expires, I think, roughly the end of the month. And if you don't re-up it with someone, we'll fall into the probability of going to a variable period, which could be as high as 9 cents per kilowatt hour. So what we did was we got 3 bids in, they're all here in the package. I circled them or underlined them for everyone. The first one was by Con Ed Solutions. The next one was by, let's see, go through this, sorry. Think Energy. These were all on the list that we had at the budget meeting. That was also 6.9. Peter had it at one of the budget
That was the
meetings.
list that Councilman Cardone passed out.
Cardone.
Several weeks ago.
Right,
That
about
was a
the
list that was
election.
generated by,
Okay, go ahead.
that was a list that was generated by the Public Service Commission. In that Public Service Commission is a description of all of those energy companies along with their, the terms and conditions. We were looking for a rate that tried to approximate the one that we were trying to zero in, and it was 5.5. We were unable to locate that. Part of it is also whether these rates are fixed or they're variable, and the when it kicks in terms of the,
Fixed.
no, I'm sorry, I have the notes somewhere, my apology, I just went blank on this. The rates that we had were the three lowest of the ones that we looked for. Part of the issue is that the contract expires at the end of the 31st, and we can go out for an RFP, however, we believe that's going to be costly to do so because we're going to wind up with a variable rate. What?
You're right.
We're going to wind up with a variable rate.
For up to 3 months at least.
For up to 3 months. So, this started, and I want to thank Mr. Cardone for pointing it out, but we wound up looking at it because it seemed to be the shortest distance between a reasonably competitive rate or the most competitive rate out there that we were able to negotiate. There's a Mr. Block. Peter, please help me on this. Mr. Paul Block?
Well, as far as Paul Block is concerned, are you going to also tell them about the sales tax?
Yeah, well,
that's a
this
separate issue.
is a separate issue. The main issue here is we also have Major Energy, who we use right now. They came in at a price for a 12-month fixed rate at 6.53 cents per kilowatt hour, which is the lowest of the three low bids that we had here. The good thing with that is we can just continue with them. There will be no variable period of a few months where we could be paying more by up to, looks to be like 33 to 50% more for those 3 months per kilowatt hour. So it's a good advantage to just continue it for 12 months at the fixed price. Like I said, it's something that we gotta get done. It was good to look into, and I thank you, Anthony, Mr. Cardone, for doing that, for prodding it, and then Harley, he did pick it up. I give him credit. I looked into it too, and thanks to Peter and Christine doing some of the legwork. We came up with something I think is livable for the town for a year, and we can, we look into something else moving forward. If we want to start looking earlier so we're not up against the deadline, and we won't have to worry about the variability perhaps, I think that's a good idea. But I think this is reasonable for a 12-month period coming up. And I just wanted to, I know I gave it to you late because I just got it myself today. And I circled everything, so I think you'll see what I'm saying.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to bring up, if it's
Thank you.
to everybody's approval, part of this is when we were reviewing the bills, we noticed, and I believe Mr. Cardone had pointed out, that Orange and Rockland had been charging us tax. We later discovered sales tax. We later discovered it wasn't, and this took a while, it wasn't Orange and Rockland, it was the original provider that was charging the sales tax. So we spoke with the young man, Joshua. He worked out the numbers, and it appears as though, well, not appears, we're going to be getting a refund for the entire amount of sales tax that we were charged for the term of the contract. It comes to $1,601.87. So it's a pretty big savings, and again, it was, I have to thank Mr. Cardone for it. Who helped put that together. Sometimes pointing things out, it's certainly worth the effort, whether it's a small amount, and this time it was a great amount. It took a little bit of effort because everyone looked at you like, what were you talking about? But Christine submitted the documents that we needed. The other company did it, and we wound up, there's a $1,601.87 refund, so I thank the board members for their input in this.
Yeah, that was good to do, and also, the main issue that I would like to, and I know we're up against the deadline, and I know I just gave this stuff a few hours ago, so I apologize for that end of it. But I think it would behoove us to lock in at the fixed price and then have no variable period in between. I think it's an advantage for us monetarily. I don't know, I'll make the motion. I know we might want to talk about it, obviously, but I'll make a motion that we accept a 12-month term for an agreement with Major Energy, which would be a fixed price at .0653 per kilowatt hour. It would start immediately as soon as the other contract runs out. There'd be no lag period, and it would go for a term of 12 months.
And it's not a variable.
And there's no variable in the whole contract, so that's what we would be paying.
That's the electric rate?
Yes, that's just electric.
We don't, so is our gas contract?
Gas, we're still
up?
gonna put, we didn't, you know what it was? And we did mention it, what you had mentioned too, but, the amount of legwork and time of getting this through, they were able to do the electric negotiation and also feelers and bidding. The gas was not put out, which gas and janitorial, I know we wanted to also put out as some kind of RFPs, but the gas has not been settled yet. This is mainly, this is obviously just electric.
If I may,
Peter?
the gas usage is, first of all, way much smaller, and the gas bill is a lot smaller than the electric. And gas rates haven't been as volatile as the electric has been. So to go ahead and get that RFP together and put it out for the gas is certainly a good thing, and I think some preparation has been done to do it. But
not enough time yet.
But the electric is the one that presents the biggest challenge right now.
Right, and we tried to see if we can negotiate.
Wait a second.
Second for discussion.
For discussion.
Second, I'll second.
Go ahead.
By switching from the same company, or keeping the same company, and I'm reading the notes here, the account's already there, so there won't be any lapse, so the coverage, so there'll be continuity. Our next meter reading will be 1 month from the expiration, so we don't have that gap to worry about. The rate's going from 5.83 to 6.53. That seems to be the best that we could find out there, even though we looked at every fixed rate there was within reason. Some of them are considerably higher, 9, 10, 10 and a half.
Yeah, so I'm pretty high.
So that's where it stands. Is there any further discussion? If not, call the question to accept
Major Energies.
Major Energy for a 1-year term fixed rate at
10653 per kilowatt hour.
Question?
Immediate after the end of this contract.
At the
good thing is they also will not be making the same mistake. From now on, they know they won't be doing any sales tax situations. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another item that we had? Because we have the 2 departments here that have been waiting.
Peter, do you have anything else on financial stuff?
Well, no,
We made the resolution.
Oh, yeah.
You paid the bills?
Yeah, we
You
paid
paid the bills, you paid the bills. The only other thing is, the scheduling of the ambulance corps. They are committed, I tried to get them in here on November 3rd. They're committed that night for a meeting that they have to have a good SAM. They asked if there was a possibility that we could do it on the 31st. That would be, for them, that would be the best day. Yes.
Right, that's
Which
Halloween.
would mean,
but
it's
that
Halloween
doesn't
night,
make
but, you know, we could
less
make it,
important.
if you were concerned, you could even move it a little bit later.
Later or sooner? You mean in the time or in the date?
I mean, if you moved it, if you were concerned about, well, I don't know.
Well, I have no-
31st doesn't work for me.
I have no problem with the 31st.
Then,
I think,
Reading about the date, two people can't be here, so let's try to move it to another.
well,
But one of the other dates.
can 3 people be here? I'm not trying to cut anyone out, but.
You can only have 1 person here.
What's that?
There can only be 1 person here. It's a budget meeting.
that's
Only
true.
1 person's here.
That is true.
Yeah, but you can't pass it, you can't do it.
No, you don't
Well,
have
it's,
to.
you're
No, you're not
building a preliminary budget, that gets voted on later.
Halloween?
Yeah.
Can you be there?
And their public hearing for
Yeah.
the contract is for the 10th of November. So they're
Correct.
scheduled along with the fire district for the public hearings.
All right, I'll be here.
All right, we'll have at least 3.
Okay.
So we could do the ambulance corps. And the problem I have here tonight is we ran a little long on certain things. We now have, believe it or not, we now have highway and dial bus, and I think that if perhaps one of them doesn't make the timeline that Rick has so generously put in for us, I think a lot of the members agree with them. Maybe we could do one of them on Halloween, so we'd have two on Halloween, that'd be it.
But that's
Two
tomorrow.
presents.
I think you've got
And nothing.
You got tomorrow too.
No, we have the dates we can put them on.
Okay.
Here, tomorrow,
We have 25th, 26th,
Wait,
and
who's
27th.
tomorrow?
tomorrow
we have
is
Wednesday,
open.
we have-
Tomorrow is open, and Mary Ellen made a suggestion for you that it might be a good idea tomorrow, if you can all be here tomorrow.
I
It
can.
would be, well,
Whatever.
what she suggested, you could discuss well, you wouldn't be there on Wednesday either.
No.
The elected official salaries. So maybe you move that to tomorrow, is that what we said?
Yeah,
You
you, because
suggested?
you have a very heavy schedule, so you have
With
that.
Smith's Clove Park in the court.
Can I make a suggestion that we decide on what we're going to do tonight, since we have Mrs. Tutini who's been sitting here for a few hours,
Patient.
and Mr. Sherney who's been sitting here for a few hours. Now, John, no disrespect, but I'm always gonna kowtow to the female.
I agree.
And she was scheduled first.
And she was scheduled
She was
first,
scheduled
so
first.
is it possible, John, you can come tomorrow?
Yes. Yeah, I should be able to make it tomorrow.
Okay, I apologize.
Do we have a heavy schedule, Tony, on Thursday? Because I can't be here tomorrow. I'm just wondering, because I'm
I
a
can't be-
liaison.
Thursday we have T-Mac.
What's that?
Thursday is T-Mac.
T-Mac.
When did you move T-Mac to Thursday?
That's what-
That's
The
when you
night,
moved
the
it.
night of the last budget meeting.
I thought we did it Tuesday.
No, Thursday.
No, you did a Tuesday and a Thursday.
But you added
T-Mac was
T-Mac in
Thursday.
the Thursday.
Oh, T-Mac.
All right.
So what do we
All right,
do?
you do what you want with the highway. I just thought as a liaison, I would like to be there, but if you want to do it differently, I can watch it on
So you
TV.
can't be there Thursday?
I can be there Thursday.
You can be there Thursday. All right, so make it Thursday and I'll
Okay.
change what I have to do.
Thursday for which?
Highway.
All right, that works with John. That works better for John.
John, that work all right for you?
Thursday, right?
John says okay.
Thursday. So highway is Thursday,
Yes.
Thank you.
okay?
So today will be the dial bus budget.
What's tomorrow?
Sorry?
Tomorrow?
Who's the departments tomorrow? Mary Ellen, do you know what departments are tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
No.
Tomorrow you're pretty much open,
When did we have the
which is why I suggested.
comptrollers, the supervisor's office, the,
Courts, which
Courts.
courts, Wednesday?
Courts are coming on Wednesday.
okay.
So tomorrow night, you could clean up a lot of those departments, Tony, that you've been asking about dealing with.
Which one
You
is
do that tomorrow night.
Who else is Wednesday? I have seen.
Smith Clove Park, courts, the dog,
That's why I
control
asked,
officer.
that's why I
elected
suggested
officials.
moving the DCO to Tuesday, because the court's typically gonna take more than half an hour, I think. Has in the past. So if the DCO could have come on Tuesday,
Well, he can't, so let's move on to another discussion. So so tomorrow night, are we doing the supervisor's office, the controller's office then?
sure, you wanna do that? And you wanna do the elected official salary
It's fine with me.
discussion that night as well? So
Yeah.
you move it up?
Yep. Good.
Is that for Tuesday or for Wednesday?
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Supervisor,
Controller.
controller, and elected officials.
Supervisor, comptroller, and board.
Well, it's the elected officials because there are 7.
Okay, one more time.
No, there are 9.
I just, people in the public want to know. Wednesday then is gonna be, to end confusion, Mary Ellen?
Smith Clove Park.
Smith Clove Park,
And the DCO.
DCO, dog control officer,
I
Court
thought
and
senior
DC.
too.
and court,
And court.
3 of them. Court, DCO, and Smith Clove Park on Wednesday. Right.
And you're going to have the ambulance corps on the 31st?
Yes.
Okay.
I have to check with my office to see if any of if the girls are available, because I possibly will be out of town. We have a death in the family.
Sorry to hear that.
So gentlemen, we have the dates?
When is senior center going?
Just come in Wednesday,
Senior
you have
Center
3
will probably
departments
come in
coming.
tomorrow. They were gonna come in
DCO.
tonight, but there won't be any time for
No, I lost myself.
These have to be, we're gonna make a
I'll
resolution
tell you.
for these.
DCO, what is Wednesday, Marion, again? What's, I'm getting confused myself.
Peter's got the schedule.
What's
Can
Wednesday,
you
Peter? What
run
time?
through what we have so
Wednesday.
far?
Yeah, Peter, we need to make a
Absolutely.
motion for all of these, so.
Absolutely. Well, what you need the motion for is to add the Monday meeting on the 31st.
All right, I'll make a motion that we add a Monday meeting, a budget meeting for the 31st at 7 PM for the ambulance budget and any other budgetary issues we have to talk about that night, at 7 PM at the TMAC. Second, anyone?
I'll say.
Okay, call the question. All
All
right.
right.
Nay.
No,
Oh, for what, for Thursday?
Yeah, that's a problem.
We just do it that way, that's the only thing they can do. Everyone sees it on TV, when I don't make a meeting, I look at it on TV. If I'm not the liaison, I don't, whatever.
All right, so now you
It's okay.
wanted to review
We
what
voted on
you've got, right?
One department.
I thought everybody wanted it.
Yeah,
Right, here you go.
Am I losing something?
You're gonna clean up, you're gonna do with legislative, supervisor, comptroller, other legislative and other matters as so you choose on Tuesday, tomorrow. And you're also going to discuss the elected official's salary, so that we'll get that done in time to meet the deadline for that, for filing it.
Okay.
On Wednesday, we have Smith's Clove Park, the court, and the DCO. On Thursday, we have TMAC and Highway. And on Monday, the 31st, you have the ambulance corps. It still leaves Thursday, November 3rd open for any issues that you wish to revisit.
Okay.
To be announced.
And the key is that the preliminary budget has to be submitted to the town clerk by November 4th.
All right.
Hey, Peter, do you think you could submit, email us that?
I will now,
By
if it's
schedule?
filled in, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, and in fact, I can do that while we're working on these other things here.
great, thank you.
Okay.
Moving right along.
Do we have dial bus now?
Moving along, I think it's the last item. Okay, it's like 1 AM here. We have dial bus. Mr. Teeny, thank you. If you'd like to come up, have a seat, and,
That was a lot of stuff.
She's got all the data.
good evening.
Good night, everybody.
Good evening.
We are here with Lisa Tutini and Dial-A-Bus to present the 2017 budget for Dial-A-Bus, and welcome. And we know that Dial-A-Bus, as you're preparing,
That's out the way.
Dial-A-Bus is perhaps the unsung hero in the town of Monroe. It provides, I think, tens of thousands of bus trips each and every year to the seniors and other people who need low-cost transportation.
Thank you.
Dependable transportation, and as important, friendly transportation. Before we begin, I want to thank you, as well as if you could extend our appreciation to the workers, the staff there. They do a heck of a job in providing care for those who really appreciate it the most. Again, good evening.
While Mr. Teeny's getting ready, I'll just say one thing. I've been a big fan of Dial-A-Bus before I was on the board, and I think it's a good program. I know many people who worked in the town in the past use Dial-A-Bus to get to work. And I think it gives a lot of people disabled, economically disadvantaged, and also senior citizens the ability to get around. And without that, I really think it would be bad for our community, or any community, not to fully support the concept and the budget of a Dial-A-Bus program. And I know I remember one local community gave up their Dial-A-Bus program, which I thought was a bad decision on their part, but that's their decision. But I really am a fan. I don't use it myself, but I think it's good for a lot of people. Thanks.
Mr. Tini, how would you like to begin? I mean, it's your budget, and,
Well, I'd just like to start off by saying that the most vulnerable members of our town use dial-a-bus, low income, disabled, and elderly. And these are the people that you must have empathy for. They're trying to get to work, they're trying to get to doctor's appointments, they're trying to get to ShopRite. If we don't come and get them, they would literally be shut-ins. We have, I'll give you numbers later, but the numbers of the seniors and disabled is very high, and it's growing. So this is something you gentlemen must consider, that without dial-a-bus, they would be shut-ins. And I know when the Saturday was cut and the Express was cut, there were a lot of phone calls back and forth. I got a lot of phone calls, Town Hall got a lot of phone calls. So this is something we all have to work together to make sure that our citizens are taken care of. We have to get them to the train station at 6 in the morning, and we pick them up at 6 at night. Like you said, somebody said earlier, Rick, you know, people are traveling 3, 4, 5 in the morning. We pick them up and get them to the train station in the morning. We haven't been doing it too much because we don't have a part-time late driver. So we're missing a lot of people who need rides home. But I have all the numbers, I have all the statistics, so I don't know how you want me to start.
I would like to start by reading a letter I received.
Sure.
It says, "Dear Sir," it was put in my mailbox. Why, I don't know, but I'll read it to you. It says, "As a former customer of the Dial Ride bus in Monroe, I must say that the drivers in general were good to me, a disabled person," and she names herself Hazel Amoroso. "Terry McPike was exceptionally kind and extremely helpful to me getting on and off the bus every time. I just want to acknowledge him and thank him greatly. I'm now living in Chester." Hazel Amoroso. That was a nice little note, you know.
All of the drivers go out of their way to assist senior citizens. They are respectful, they are kind, they are thoughtful, and they show empathy. And I believe the board has that capability to show each one of these riders. So let's get started, all right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to give you some statistics, and then you all have them. We're going to go to weekdays, Monday through Friday, reservations. I think it's the third sheet. And you're going to see year end. Now that's the full year for 2015. Then you're going to see 2015 third quarter total. I only went to third quarter because we haven't had the fourth quarter, and I couldn't compare 15 to 16. So we kept it all on the third quarter level.
Good.
All right, third quarter total. So 2015 third quarter total. We had, for regular riders, 1,788. In 2016, we had 2,617, an increase of 829.
Mr. Tini, please explain what regular riders mean.
Regular riders mean someone who is capable of getting on the bus by themselves, paying $2 if it's reservation, going to the store or Walmart, whatever they want. So a regular, healthy person, okay?
Thank you.
The next is senior, which is someone over 60. We had 1,559 riders in 2015, third quarter. Third quarter 2016 was 1,677, up 118. Disabled, 692 in 15, 736, that's a plus 44. Now, free would be children under 5 or people with wheelchairs or walkers who need an aid, and the aid is free. But they still ride the bus, so you have to count them. All right, $3.95, and it went down to $3.38. So that was like a minus 56 for 2016.
Lisa, they have to be counted because that has to be reported to the county, right?
All these numbers go to the
Go to the
county.
county, and that helps, and
Report.
that determines part of our reimbursement that we get.
But you gentlemen get a a monthly report from me every month with these statistics. Okay, just so you know, this isn't new, you get them every month, okay?
Now, just to clarify, these are actual trips or rides, not actual number of passengers, because...
These are passengers that have ridden the bus.
Okay, but if, I just want to ask this question. If a passenger goes from point A to point B, and then goes from point B to point C, and then point C back to point A where they originated, that's essentially...
3 rides.
3 rides.
Right,
Okay.
because every time you exit the bus,
Right,
that ride is over.
okay.
If you get on an hour later or 15 minutes later, you're getting on a second time, but you have to charge them the same.
Yes.
Every time you exit the bus, you've left,
Right.
and you get back on. Okay, so now we're gonna go to the Express, or commonly known as the Loop. Now, in 2015, for the year, it was 10,902. 2015 third quarter total, 2,415. 2016 third quarter, 1,393. We lost 1,022 riders. The seniors was 398, that dropped down to 288, a drop in 118 senior riders. Disabled was 250, that dropped down to 179. That's a minus 71 riders. The free was 441, that dropped to 152. That's a minus 289. So for the third quarter, for the Express Loop, for 2016, is a minus 1,500 riders, that the disabled were denied, the seniors were denied, and regular riders, because we had no loop for that month. So you can see how that affected our riders. We couldn't get anybody to do, we couldn't get approval to run the loop on a Saturday.
Right.
When we couldn't get the same thing for reservations, because we were
Saturday.
down on Saturday
Right.
for the part-time driver.
But also during the week, you could...
We kept the loop, well, no, we lost it for a week. Right.
In the third quarter. Okay, but now it's running again.
Now it is, since we,
Okay,
yes.
because the board approved certain things.
But I need you to see these
Right,
figures and
right.
how
I get it.
it affects
Ridership.
our ridership, our citizens, our people that depend on us. If we don't do this, they're shut-ins.
So you lost it for a week in the third quarter?
No, it was 4 weeks we didn't have it.
4 weeks.
Yeah.
That's a month, okay.
1 month, the month
And
of September.
that explains the minus 1,500.
Yeah,
Right.
I get it.
Okay, that was when we didn't have the loop and we didn't have the reservations for Saturday
Or the loop for Saturday.
or the loop for Saturday.
Why don't you do Saturday now if you don't mind?
Now we're gonna do Saturday reservations. Saturday reservations, for 2015 third quarter was for reservations 82. For 2016, it was 9. Seniors, 129, 2016, 11. So let me start over, I'm sorry, third quarter 2015, 82, third quarter 2016 was 9. That's a minus 73, which means 73 riders were not able to take the bus because it was not running. 2015 third quarter was 129 riders. 2016 Third quarter was 11 riders, so that's a minus 118 riders that did not take the bus, that usually did. Third quarter 2015 was 121 riders. Third quarter 2016, 14 riders, and that's disabled. So we had 121 disabled riders the third quarter of 2015, and in 2016, 14, because of no Saturday reservation. So that's a minus 107. Third quarter was 0 and 16 was 0. So it's, nobody was free. The free riders,
No free
the
riders.
children under 5 and the assisting aides. Was 0. So that's a minus 299, 300. This is simply because of Saturday and the loop.
Now, right
Saturday
now,
reservations and the loop.
now, right now on a Saturday, you have no ability to do a loop or a reservation because you don't have manpower.
We have the manpower. I am not allowed to, the overtime has been restricted. I can't get it.
Okay, now, in order to remedy this situation, and I know you're gonna do a budget presentation here with the lines, I guess, right? But what I'm thinking is, I hope you included in your presentation in one form or another here, what you would think you would have to do, whether overtime or, and you and I talked about this once about with, what's the lady who does the reservations?
Tiffany?
Tiffany was there when we were talking. In order to do a Saturday, at least do reservations or loop or do something would be a part-timer.
Yes.
4 hours with no benefits, and then also, you know, obviously a board decision, but the express loop would that be another part-timer for 4 hours to run some kind of loop, or do you need longer than that? I forget what you said.
You said overtime, right?
Well,
We
that'd
have
be
to
covered
be on
overtime.
overtime.
That would be
Because-
covered overtime, and
Yes.
the reservations could be covered with a part-timer, is that correct or no?
Yes.
That part-timer would be working Saturdays 8 hours,
Mhm.
and then
The
the rest of the week,
part-timer that
fill
I
in a
would
few
like to
hours.
bring in, just hear me,
Okay.
because this is all part of it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We have 2 part-timers. One comes in at 6 and he works to 11. That is the busiest time in the morning. May I have sheets? I gave you sheets?
Yeah, we have.
Okay, you have. And then from 2:30 to 6:45 is our other busy time. We're picking people up now and getting them home.
Right.
All
Is
right?
that reservation or loop? Both, oh, reservation.
Reservations.
Okay.
All right? So that's what that second part-timer would do, and it would not exceed 20 hours a week.
And that would cover Saturday and the busy times during the week?
Yes.
How many hours a night would
During the
that be?
week, they would work Wednesday, it would be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 5 hours each day.
Okay, that's 15 hours.
Right. Friday, 4 hours.
It's 19 hours
All right, so we'll skip the Friday and push it into Saturday.
for 5 hours on Saturday.
Yeah, yeah. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
And that would be for reservations on Saturday?
Yes.
Okay, would that help with the ridership to pick up people that need it? Is that what you're saying is the
Well,
most
yes,
effective way?
I think the numbers show that, yes.
Okay.
I'm just concerned about the riders.
No, I
can't,
understand. We wanna serve the public, we wanna know that.
And so, so to that end, in the budget that's proposed right now, there are 2 part-time positions in the budget,
Right, and only one has been filled.
and one of them has been filled now.
Right.
Is that Mr. Melendez?
No, Manny was full-time, but he went to part-time.
Okay, so who's your other part-time driver?
I have someone that I would love the board to approve.
Okay.
This person is qualified, can drive CDL.
Passenger endorsement?
Passenger endorsement, no restrictions. I don't know if you guys have been reading about this, but CDL drivers are way in demand.
Right.
And it's really hard to get them now.
Right, especially with the
So
PD.
if we can get someone who's willing to do part-time, we're very lucky.
Yeah, even the highway super said that the other week.
And so the school district, they're having a hard time finding
Really?
people.
Really?
So that's why this last person didn't work out, because he couldn't drive any more than 7 people in a bus.
Ah,
Well, that's not gonna work for me.
right.
And she's from Monroe,
Okay.
so, you know.
Do you have any other numbers you wanna hit us with as far as sheets you handed us out?
Well, we have regular weekday numbers, I don't know if anybody wants to hear them now, it's the last page, third quarter totals. And it starts with weekday on the top. And if you see the R, the S, the H, and the F. R is regular, S is senior, H is handicapped, and F is free. Free is under 5 or someone who needs assistance, an aide, all right? In 2015, we had a total of 4,434. That's for just for those on the weekday. In 2016, we had a total of 5,772.
372.
372, sorry.
Is that a 3 or a 5? I don't know.
That's a 3.
That's a 3. Okay.
5372.
Well, that's additional ridership of.
It's almost as.
Right, if you look at this, look at the reservation, 1788. Go over to 2016, yeah, you see.
4617.
But you've seen that, you saying additional riders, it almost looks like a negative there.
It's a negative that we've lost those riders. We could have
No,
had
but
them.
wait a second.
No, she said the total ridership they had was 5,372. However, they could have served another 1,050 riders that did not show
Exactly.
because she had a shortage of drivers.
Right.
Okay, I'm just curious, and I'm all for dial bus. How did you quantify that, as far as you could have served that many more? Is that from the previous page, you did the additions from
We
the
did
previous
all,
page?
we
Okay.
did all the statistics.
Okay, I get it.
And I
I
brought
got
the
it.
books to back it
I
up, if
got you.
anybody has
No,
questions.
I just
You're
didn't know
more
what you
than
were doing.
welcome to go through them,
All
I'll
right.
show you where it
It was
is
confusing.
and how
for
we
me.
got the numbers.
Sorry, I was just wondering.
That's fine, no, do what you gotta do. Alright, so we're gonna go down to the express loop, 2015, 2016.
I'm a little lost there.
Go ahead.
These are, the 2016 numbers you're showing there are the exact same numbers, the ones on the last page, that's total 5,372. Those are the exact same numbers from the third quarter total weekday,
Right,
correct?
right.
Okay. So if that's what you did in the third quarter, how are you quantifying that you lost?
Because we're comparing it
That's what I was
to,
wondering.
Doesn't make sense.
So you got it from what other numbers did you get it from?
the
I
weekday,
think, did you, was that reservations or something?
well, let me see, it might be an extra page.
Does that include loop as well?
Let me just see what I have here. Loop
Now, Loop is the same numbers as well.
15, 733, 1050.
No, that's the next one down.
See, what I think it shows, and I could be totally wrong, I think it shows you actually increased ridership by 1,050.
That's what it would appear.
Right, that's what it looks
I
like.
mean, the express loop lost 1807, that pans out. But
Right.
it looks like 2016 for your weekday
Yeah,
total.
we did better.
Yeah,
You did better, actually. That's
Right,
supposed to be a positive. I think the only thing you did is
You made it.
you made a negative when it should have been a positive. That's the same question I was asking, Tom.
Yeah, but even if you read the numbers, okay, something's wrong with respect to going from 2015 to 16. It doesn't add up. Because the same numbers on the previous page show an increase of 991.
Right, but I think that might have been just the third quarter itself. This is up to the third quarter. These
No,
numbers
this
appear
is-
to me to be up to the third quarter, right?
No, this is third quarter totals.
Total.
I don't
See,
know, it looks
if you-
like,
If you look at,
I see what you're saying, I think
Oh,
this one,
The numbers are the same. It's a positive, it's not a negative.
yeah,
I think you just confuse yourself by putting a negative there instead of a positive. All those numbers are actually an additional ridership, except the last number, which actually is a negative.
Right.
So I think just the negative symbols you put there should have been the first three. 829 should be a positive,
Positive,
118
yeah.
positive, 44 positive, 338 negative, and the last one, 1050, should be a positive.
Should be positive, but it's like.
But it's a little less.
It's
like
935.
935, is it?
I think.
I thought it was 938.
938, okay.
Well,
We'll go with 938. So that's, you have actually in that instance during the weekday, you're doing better with your regular riders. You appear to be doing
Yes.
worse with the loop.
well, that's
Right?
because the loop wasn't running.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm just saying, your numbers seem to go together. It's just, it's a positive on the weekday, regular,
Mm-hmm,
and a negative on the express loop.
mm-hmm.
Because you did lose some time there with riders, with the drivers, I should say. So, and reservations is 30 to the negative on the bottom line there from one year to the next. And that's something that if we could get a part-timer for 5 hours on Saturday, that would be better. So you'd be able to take at least 5 hours of reservations on Saturday. Once the word gets out, as you told me how it works, word of mouth too, that people will then call in more.
I think the mistake came into play, the bottom number is a -1. So when you add 829, 118, 44, and then subtract 57,
Right.
is where you come to 938.
What'd she put, 1050?
1050, it's all right.
Oh.
It's a mistake, so, 938.
Well, wait a minute, I know what she did. I bet you she took that 5372
All right.
and 4434.
It's okay, it's just what it is.
All right.
So
But
you,
it's an increase of
you've
almost
had an
just
increase,
under 1,000.
in almost 1,000,
We had
which
an
is a
in-
good thing.
Yeah.
And you've been covering that, which is good.
Well, if you look at the grand total on the bottom, we have 2,887 rides that we were not able to accommodate.
Okay. Well, that to me is wrong because
You carry
you
no-
included the 1,000.
Right.
You actually, if you do it as a, if you take 933 away from
More like 1800.
1837,
1837.
then you're gonna basically say 900 less rides. So because we didn't maybe man it up with the drivers enough, you conceivably lost possibly 900 rides, which I get it, I get what you're
Okay,
saying.
you got the idea.
You get the idea.
Okay.
In the interest of time, should we just move to the actual line items?
So now in your budget then, you're gonna be, obviously from what you've said, asking for another part-timer, and then as we go through the lines, this is obviously your budget request that the board's gonna consider. And then you just, go through each line from top to bottom and just explain, what you're asking for, okay?
Okay. It's a little hard to,
Well, jump down.
Jump down to
salary,
full-time and
jump
part-time.
to.
and I'm gonna go down to 1011, how's that? 1020, driver full-time,
Right,
is that right?
right.
Yeah, well, that's determined by your current drivers and their salaries.
Right, and
And
that's it,
then, and that's, and the union contract.
yes, this is all added
So
up
that's
with the
all
new
added in.
contract
And the next line is your request that there be
for
two part-time,
right.
That's the one below that,
Right.
okay? And then the other was, you wanted to
Overtime.
stress that there's still a need to
Which
have
we have to,
overtime,
we
right?
have to really discuss the overtime.
Well, let me ask you, have you ever considered going to split shifts?
We have been doing some, like working 8:15 to 6:45, so we can
Similar
try
to
to
what the
accommodate
the
some
bus garage
drivers.
does.
Excuse me?
Similar to what the bus garage does. I think like 90% of their drivers are split shifts.
Oh, you mean for school?
We
Yes.
still have to work
Yes.
them through the day. I mean, we need,
In other words, they'll work the morning hours, take the middle of the day off, and then come back late in the
no,
day.
we
That's
have
what
rides
you're
all day long. I
You-
have rides.
You're saying that none of the drivers have a
saying. A period when it's.
period where there's
There could be 45 minutes, there could be a half hour. It all depends, if you have a list of rides, all right, you're booking the night before, you're writing everything down, as you can see on those sheets I gave. The next morning, somebody calls in, they cancel, my son's sick, I gotta cancel, I have a toothache. What are you gonna do?
Well,
They cancel it.
That's reservations.
That's reservations.
Now, how about the loops? Is there any way to do that more effectively, or is that run?
No, the loop has to run according to the loop. There's brochures, it starts at a certain time and ends at a certain time. People depend on it to be at a certain place at a certain time.
Right, it's got a schedule to
It's a
fill out.
schedule and we stick to that schedule.
Okay.
And-
Now, as far as overtime, you would just need that for Saturday?
Yes,
And in the budget, you have requested what?
$6,500.
that's overtime.
That's overtime.
Now, what would that cover?
What?
Okay, if you're requesting overtime, you're requesting it in order to cover Saturdays? Is that what?
Well, Saturdays and other things, like,
Okay.
one day, a couple of months ago, one of my driver's fathers dropped dead. He just left, and I had,
Right.
I'm trying to cover this, because he had a late time. So.
It's an emergency, you
It's
gotta have.
emergency, and I have to get this covered. And I'll send every one of the town members an email asking for a half-hour overtime because one of my driver's dads passed away. And I have a difficult time getting that approval.
Okay, well, maybe we'll work on that, but.
All right,
The point of
work
it
in
is
the morning.
6,500 covers overtime.
Well, listen to this, like Jerry, at 6 o'clock or 5:30 in the morning, I'll get a phone call that one of my drivers is sick.
Okay.
They'll call me that early, and then I have to get up there, 6:30, and rearrange the schedule.
And ask someone to work
And ask somebody,
that
yes,
shift.
yes.
And you don't have, because we're on a town budget, you don't have any extra drivers in the corral that,
No.
yeah, okay.
No.
Well, wait, let me ask then, what is Tiffany's dispatch hours?
7 to 3:30.
7 to 3:30. And your hours are?
8 to 4:30, 7 to 3, it depends what's
What's the
needed
average?
during the day. 8
What's
to
the range?
4:30, 8 to 4:30.
8:30, 8 to 4:30.
And is there a way you can adjust that, since you're classified as a bus driver and Tiffany's classified as a bus driver?
If it's needed, we both drive.
Oh. You
We
take,
both have our CDLs.
When was the last time that happened?
Maybe last week before,
who drove?
Tiffany. Because somebody has to stay to answer the phones
Okay.
up to a certain
So
hour.
one of you can get
So
out
if
on the
somebody
road.
needs a ride at 10 o'clock in the morning, Tiffany will run out and I'll stay and answer the phones.
But what time does the ability for someone to call to make a reservation end? 1 o'clock. So
We can't do reservations and do our paperwork with the phones running. It's too confusing, causes havoc, and too many mistakes are made.
Because there's a lot of paperwork for the
Well,
government.
you're scheduling for the next day. It's just like any doctor's office or any kind of taxi service, whatever, reservations come in, people cancel, people want to add on, it's constant adjusting.
Right.
I have get right to the point, I have a concern because there's gotta be a way to do this with split shifts and save on the salary line. I've seen it done in Warwick, I've seen it done, Warwick handles Montgomery, or Waukegan, I forget which one they handle, and they're doing it with 3 full-time drivers and 9 part-time drivers.
Split shifts?
Split shifts.
I'd like to know their numbers.
Their total numbers for the year are approximately 35,000, which is about 20% more than what your
We haven't
numbers are.
finished our year yet.
Well, I'm going based on last year's numbers, and so was she. So, I mean, if you take.
Who is she?
The,
Jen Crover, I'm assuming.
yes, Jen Crowe.
Yeah.
She never ran split shifts here.
No, she never ran split shifts in Monroe.
Also with split shifts, don't you have an issue, as you said before, about finding the folks that are willing to do it?
Right.
Because of the demand on the CDLs?
There's a very big demand for CDLs. I know
Yes.
for a fact that they're actually getting signing bonuses to go with different trucks.
That's right. I've been watching, and,
I know that for a fact.
yeah, I do too. This is a serious situation.
No,
We may-
because I deal with
For
a
us
number
to
of
get
driving
someone,
schools.
we're gonna be very lucky.
I deal with a number of driving schools where I work, so, on the lease with guys, and they're signing bonuses. In fact, we even got a request from Austin, Texas for drivers.
I would not say Tony's wrong in looking to do something to be more efficient, but that's something that we should work on.
It's an idea, it's something to think about. Maybe you can do that with a driver or two, maybe they would
We
welcome it.
tried a Tuesday through Saturday to help out the drivers, the riders.
I would be cautious though when you go to certain individuals to get numbers or comparisons. You gotta maybe ask the town board that was here before, certain feelings and certain animosities that were in the past where maybe the comparisons and numbers aren't always being done on the most fairest level because certain requests were denied in the past to take over dial bus or whatever you want to call it.
Well, those are the numbers before to Orange County, correct?
No, I'm just saying.
No, I don't know.
I'm just saying you gotta be careful how you do your comparison, that's all.
But you also gotta find out what they're.
Yeah, and look at it, I'm not saying you shouldn't look at it, that's not my point.
And I never said I spoke to Jen Crover.
I thought you said you did.
No, you asked me who she was,
I did,
and that's how she runs it.
okay. I'm not saying she doesn't. I'm not saying anyone.
I have the County Avenue, and I also have the supervisor of Warwick's Avenue.
Okay.
So,
But Monroe had never historically been run as a split shift. There might be reasons, for it,
maybe,
I don't know.
maybe they're never, it was never considered.
Right.
We considered it, we tried it.
When?
When they cut Saturdays, and you cut the loop. We had to fill in Saturday, so we had somebody running Tuesday through Saturday. But the demand on Monday was so strong, we had to put it back to Monday.
Okay. The fact of the matter is, and I don't know it, but is it that you think that running a split shift, if you cut out, like I think the bus drivers do 4 hours in the morning, then 4 hours in the afternoon, take several hours off in the middle, when the kids aren't on the bus, can you?
Oh, I don't know about.
Are you able to do something like that, like the bus drivers
Because
do
we
in the
have,
school?
we have riders all day long.
Okay, but it's a thought.
But I mean, I gave you sheets to look at the scheduling. I put them in your mailbox. Some, you know, they are what they are. Sometimes there's blanks, sometimes they're packed solid. I know the first sheet I looked at, I'm like, why does this guy have so much time? We had 15 minutes, or 15 riders that canceled. Now, also on the high holidays, there's a lot that cancel.
Like that day, or?
Yeah.
Is there any kind of, I guess it's hard to do anything like cancellation fees or anything like that situation?
We have cancellation fees, yes, we do.
Okay, how do you enforce it?
If they call up and they don't show up for the ride, or they don't want the ride, they can come out and pay the $2, and we don't mark them as a late cancellation.
Oh.
3 late cancellations, and they can't ride the bus for a month.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, that's enough.
Because people will take advantage.
Right.
Here you're booking all these rides, and then they don't show up.
Right.
Where somebody else wanted that ride, we could have given it to them.
That makes sense.
Now, when we moved the latest driver from part-time to full-time,
Ernest
Ernest.
Stroud.
that was done to accommodate Saturdays. And I don't know why it hasn't been reinstated.
Is it good?
Because the loop has to run Monday through Friday.
Oh, you tried to put him on Tuesday to Saturday, and it didn't work?
Didn't
Okay.
work. We have too many people on Monday through Friday.
Can one of the other drivers do the loop? You know, in other words, all right, so first was, you know, he had Sunday, Monday off, and he was, you know, working Saturdays doing that loop. Could one of the other drivers, whether it be Mike, Terry, Jose, or AJ, do that, or Ken?
On overtime.
Well, how many of these runs are all going at, those runs are going at the same time?
Yes.
So there's no room for one of them to become the loop and have the other drivers just do the runs?
What would be the purpose of that? I don't understand.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you didn't need to have them all going, you could make one of them the loop driver and then have him,
Ernest is the loop driver.
none of the others can be trained to do the loop?
Anybody can do the loop. I do the loop.
Alright, well, that's what I'm saying, I mean, there's no other driver here in this list that can do the loop, Tuesday through Friday?
Yes, but then Mondays are very busy.
Okay, are you busy on, is the majority of your rides, and I should know by the numbers, but off the top of your head, Reservation Express, is a lot of your drivers' man hours being used on reservations more than the loop? Or is it more loop hours than reservation? I know that's an off the top of my head question, so I'm not trying to stump you.
The loop is only one bus, right?
The loop is one bus.
Right, so most of your man hours are done on reservation stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
How many
That's hard to
buses, how
predict.
many buses do you typically have on the road?
9.
You have 9 buses on the road?
Every day?
Except weekends.
Or maybe
Yeah,
like,
From Monday to Friday?
like 4 or 5 at a time?
26.
You only have 8 drivers.
We have 8 buses. Well, one bus is dead. It just sits in the lot. Right, and we have one on reserve.
So there's 8 buses on the
8
road,
buses.
not 9, okay.
I mean, I'm just looking at it from a scheduling perspective, if you had, one of these drivers had Sunday, Monday, and the other one had Friday, Saturday off, you'd cover your weekends, and then you'd have the other 5 drivers or 6 available to do the loop and the regular runs Monday through Friday.
But you'd lose 2 days during the week. And that's what I think she said when they tried it with Ernst, that it didn't work because then Mondays, when he dropped Mondays and went to Saturdays, then Mondays, they didn't have enough drivers. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think there's any way to...
So Manny is part-time or full-time? Manny is,
Part-time, 6 a.m. to 11 a.m.
okay, so now he won't do Saturdays?
No, he won't. He is a retired cop. He can only make X amount, which I believe you two are familiar with. He can't go over a certain thing because of his pension. Right?
So that's
So
5
he
hours.
went
It's a
part-time.
5-hour shift.
Yep. So, our,
What days does he work his 5-hour shift?
Monday through Friday.
Okay.
and are you letting them dictate when they can work, or?
No, I dictate when they work.
Okay, so why can't we take him off, do a split shift with somebody, take him off one of the runs during the week?
You need to look at the schedule that I gave you, and you will see how
That's-
packed it is.
That's what I'm looking at.
Well, why would you want to change something that's working?
In order to accommodate the Saturday route.
The Saturday route is not the same as what you're looking at.
So what is the Saturday route? What are the hours for the Saturday route?
6 to 11. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Saturday route is 8:30 to 1.
8:30 to 1?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's 4.5 hours.
Maybe, no, that's 8 to 1, 5 hours.
8 to 1, 5 hours, okay. 8 to 1,
Right.
Saturday.
So right now, there's 7 buses on the road,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you had another part-timer.
They
you
would
could have
take the
8
morning
you could have-
part-time.
You could have 8 on the road, and also on Saturday you could cover the 6 of the 8 to 1 p.m. shift.
The afternoon part-timer would
Right.
use the morning part-timer's bus.
Right. I got it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Would be an additional bus, will be covering additional
Bus
mileage.
26 is our spare bus, but we don't like to use it. Bus 27 is dead. It's not going anywhere. It's not cost effective to fix it.
Okay, do you want?
I'm getting a new bus in the next year,
Which is in the budget.
yes.
Okay. Do we want to put that other bus up for surplus auction or something like that? Or is it-
We've done it before. I've auctioned it off, yeah, or like I get
Yes, I
to
know.
Eloy, or maybe,
TCO or something?
yeah.
Okay. Here's the question. All right. Now, what I would suggest you do, and it's just my suggestion, is why don't you just run line by line if you want to, if that's what you're planning to do tonight, and just tell us what your projections or reasons were for the tentative budget of 2017.
So the next line that we added for the celebrations, the $5,000.
Where are we?
Right.
Well, give me a number.
Just past the overtime, 6,500 for the overtime.
Fourth number down.
Then the next down, we have the support celebrations.
Is that for dollar, is that for
Dollar
Team Day?
Bus is
That's
asked,
like for Veterans Day
Right.
and Memorial Day,
parades and things like
parades
that.
that.
Clean sweep?
Clean
Clean
sweep.
sweep, right.
We didn't include that. That should be added in.
So when Lisa started talking about that, it seemed to me that that's something where the town's making a commitment to supply buses for those events. And it would be a good idea to break that out of the overtime. You know, don't mess the overtime of the regular service with the overtime that comes from services that the town board decides to supply.
Right.
Like to the parades and celebrations. So that's why we thought it was a good idea to call it out so you can see what it costs and put it in its own line. So that's a new line that got added this year to the budget.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm trying to get a handle on this very quickly. I'm looking at the town of Warwick. Their services include, because I'm looking at the numbers, 35,000, and you're less than that. But they include the local dial bus, the local shuttle service, Wallkill, town of Wallkill, big town, service to Monroe, which I didn't know, as well as service to Goshen and Hatfield Lane.
Oh, they go inter-town.
Yeah, so in their numbers, their budget, it appears as though it's just for dial-a-bus in Warwick, because I haven't checked it, but I will next. Town of Wallkill probably has a separate budget for their dial-a-bus. I'm just trying to figure out how to compare.
Right. Apples and oranges.
The town of Monroe versus the town of Warwick. Well, Warwick is also adding on 2 or 3 other components.
But that's not in that number I had given you.
Right, I'm just trying to see this for the first time, because I've never compared what Warwick does, either as Warwick or Warwick Plus, versus the town of Monroe. It's something to really look at for comparative purposes, you know, how dial-a-bus here competes or stacks up against, compares to the other dial-a-buses. But that's gonna take a little bit of time, and it's.
They have 8 buses also.
I don't know I don't know enough about what they do.
I don't either.
And what the other dial-a-buses are doing. I know that, I'm just
Well, we
interjecting because
go into Woodbury, we pick up Woodbury citizens. Remember the intermunicipal agreement? My God.
No, and it presents a good issue, because in doing it for a dial-a-bus, then it begs the question, should we be doing it for the other departments? In other words, and this is a very good, I want to praise Mr. Cardone, because should we be looking at it for a comparison not only for dial-a-bus, town of Monroe, Wallkill, or town of Monroe, Warwick, but also for the highway department and other departments, to see exactly how we're utilizing our budget, our labor, our taxpayers' dollars, and then comparing it to the other municipalities to see how we're comparing. So I think this is a good moment for us to start preparing a good comparison. I'll try to do that so that at the next town board meeting, we can look and say, hey, look at this department, look at that department, how it competes, how it stacks up. And I'm sure, we'll come out ahead.
I hope so.
Or equal.
Or equal.
All right, so going down budget numbers,
Then you don't
line by
want-
line.
Next
Now
is
listen,
equipment.
Peter, go ahead.
Well, next is equipment.
Of equipment,
You were asking for 3,000,
um,
and last year adopted was 15,000.
Historically, the equipment line had been used to park the money for additional buses. Then, what I did in 14 was populate a line for interfund transfer to capital fund for the buses, so that we called them out and put them in their separate place. And so instead of having that come out of the equipment line, we moved it down and put it in an interfund transfer line in the A9000 series.
Oh, okay. So it's more accurate now.
so
So
in
that makes it more accurate,
Right.
and then, so now that this equipment line isn't populated with, oh, we need money for buses as well as any other thing that pops up that's required in the dial-a-bus office.
So that $3,000, Tiffany, anyone is welcome to
There you
come
go.
over and look at her desk. It is put together with Scotch tape, glue, and masking tape. She needs a new desk.
Okay.
She needs a plastic thing on the floor so she can run her chair over it, and she needs a new chair.
So that's what that's for.
All her stuff in there is 12 years old.
Okay. That's the predominance of the 3,000?
We're saying 3,000, I'm
You have a little left over, probably.
Yeah, you'll have enough.
hopefully, but, we might want to get a new file cabinet or such
Okay.
with lock and,
All right, good.
Stuff
Well,
like
that's
that.
real equipment, so that's good.
Yep.
all right?
You may want to look into, the courts just was getting rid of some items, so if there's anything that's suitable there, you can just take a look at it. If
That's
it's
a
something you
good
can
idea.
use, you can use it, not,
No, why not?
I know.
excuse me, please, we're conducting the,
No, we can
Please.
look.
Thank you.
yeah, I'm just saying, there might be some there, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know
Oh,
what,
wait a minute.
I've never seen the stuff, I mean, I've been in there,
I
I've
mean,
never seen it.
I don't mind it, if she doesn't mind it, whatever we
So I
can
think
get
otherwise
is
he's
better
just
than
gonna
what we
donate it
have.
to either the museum village
You
or.
might have a file cabinet or
If
two
it's
over there.
better than what we have, that's fine. If-
We can look for it.
But another thing you guys gotta know is
a desk.
Tiffany's
If you can
office,
find it, that's
you
fine.
gotta let me, you gotta listen.
Look at where she
Tiffany's office
sits.
is extremely small. She has an odd-sized desk,
Okay, so we'll look into it.
okay, it's,
I'll find a desk.
We'll look
okay.
into it.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
need a desk, we need a desk.
If you can find one, like Mike said, we'll find one.
Okay, but I can still look.
Talk to Eloy tomorrow.
Okay.
10:30.
Office, stationery and supplies?
Yes, office stationery supplies, $2,000. We go through a lot of ink, which is expensive. And we do a lot of brochures, we do a lot of paperwork in the office. We need it, $2,000. The next one is printing, advertising, and
Publications.
publications. So that's, twice a year I have to put notices in the Times Herald Record and advertise according to Orange County Planning. They have to be a quarter of a page in color. And then any other, like if I need a bus driver, I put it in the paper. It's usually $2.50 to run for a week.
Well,
And I had to run it again because Mr. Cardone and Mr. McGinn asked to run it again.
Okay.
So I ran it again, so it was another $500. So, it goes quickly. All right, what's this, 500?
Vehicle cleaning supplies.
Oh, vehicle cleaning supplies, $500.
New line.
Yes, that's a new line. We need, new mop heads. We need, cleaning supplies for the bus. We need special stuff so the wraps don't come off the buses. When you use soap, you can't just use regular detergent or heavy-duty stuff that they use on to get the salt off the buses. you need a certain detergent that doesn't affect the wraps.
The drivers do the cleaning?
Yes, we clean our buses.
Hey, Peter,
Sir,
Mr. Tutini said that, we asked her to run another ad, and we spent $500 on it,
No, it was 250 and 250.
so 500.
Yeah, totally, yeah.
So I just wanna make sure that we get the bill paid, because there's only $198 that has been spent already. We don't want the
Today?
same, we
I
don't
think
want,
it was paid.
we don't want the same thing to happen that happened with the time trial record.
no, we do not.
And I
Very
think
good.
that one was paid, Mr. Hurt, I really
Was
believe
it,
that
was
was
that
paid.
photo news or was time trial?
Times out record.
THR.
GHR. All right, education dues and meetings.
How about miscellaneous?
Whoops, okay, miscellaneous, 2,500. I'd like to leave it at that, please.
What is, if you can just explain? I know it's self-explanatory to a point, but like what kind of stuff have you, is that something bus drivers need?
It could be, well, if I say windshield wipers, then that's equipment. It could be,
Has that been the case before?
could be, yeah.
Okay, stuff for the bus.
Peter, can you give us an idea,
I
just
can.
to,
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure, no.
Off the top of my head, but I can look it up.
Could be paper towels,
All right, we'll go back to it.
because we
Let's-
can't use like.
Basically,
some-
miscellaneous, in
I know
any
this.
department.
I wasn't trying to bust chops.
No, no,
In
that's
any
okay.
department's budget, there's a miscellaneous line, and the miscellaneous line is, it's,
Yeah, it's a catch-all.
as Councilman Cologne says, it's a catch-all for something, an expense that doesn't fit anywhere else in the budget.
All right.
And sometimes these are one-time expenses in that year, and if they were reoccurring expenses, that we would work to incorporate them into the right place so that we know we're keeping track of them. So I can look it up while you're talking, and I'll see if
All right, thank
I
you.
can give you some examples of what
Thank
they
you.
are.
Next, what's education dues and meetings?
Yes. I'm required to go to X amount of meetings a year. And, I have to go, so it's $2,000.
When you say meetings, just basic idea.
Accident,
Prevention.
investigation,
Okay.
how to get an ADA person, a person in a wheelchair.
Okay, it's training actually.
On the bus, just not on the bus, but how to secure them safely.
Okay.
These are provided by the state, the county?
Yeah, county.
All right. Utilities is not there, okay, that's part of the town line. Next page.
Well, telephone, we've got it 310. Right, Peter?
What we're doing with the telephone system in general is.
That was added in, Peter?
Well, which?
The telephone line?
No, I was just gonna say, what we're doing with phone systems. The town is supplying a phone system to, employees, to an operation, to a budget. But if a department has a specific requirement, for example, if a department requires a fax and cannot use the town's fax, then I've started to charge that fax line to the department, because it's a special requirement of the department. That's the way I've been looking at it. So,
This year?
going forward this year, correct, that's right.
Because, that's why I said, was that line added, because it wasn't in
so
the
that's not,
previous report.
I'm sorry, which one,
that's
looking for the fax.
Operations facts.
Facts.
Fax, correct,
Yes.
that's
the
correct,
last
that's
line.
why. Yep, that's
Well,
why.
the first line.
First line of the next page on ours.
Oh, mine's last.
Okay.
That's why it got added, you're right.
But it's just fax, it's not telephone.
It is just the fax machine, that is correct.
Just the facts, that's just the facts.
The line
Just
for
the
the fax.
facts. Just the facts.
Absolutely.
Now, you have a cell phone?
Yes, well, no, I don't have a town cell phone, no.
Anyone in your department have a town cell phone?
Yes, all the drivers have a cell phone.
That's what you use to
And
communicate.
dispatch, yeah, we use it's called, PTT, which is push-to-talk feature.
My
I remember
understanding is
that.
that Press to Talk is going to be discontinued, is that correct?
I believe it is.
We got a notice the other day, that's why I think it applies to you, but
Yes, that's
I'll follow
a
up.
whole new
I
thing.
read it
Peter, you
briefly.
want to discuss what's gonna happen with that?
I'm not certain what's gonna happen with that, but,
Well,
Peter-
if they discontinue that, then we're gonna
my
have.
understanding, you don't need to get it now, but
Oh,
I'll supply it to both you and to the comptroller tomorrow. I got an email that said there's going to be discontinuing that service, so the phones are gonna have to be traded. We have a new rep for the town, so I'll contact him.
what about the radios?
Well, if the phones are discontinued, then we're gonna have radios put in the buses. with a
Yeah, I
dis-
mean, like the school district does that, maybe
Everybody
somebody can
does
check
that.
out their system and we could work off their repeaters or something like that, so we save some money, just a thought, you know,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Well, we also
Might as
have-
well, you know.
Don't we also have a system for the highway?
Highway
Yes.
department,
We can
that's
work
correct,
off it, yeah.
sure.
Yeah, that infrastructure's there, would save us a couple of bucks, you know? Yeah.
And there's, well, yeah, and there's also the whole issue about when you start talking about radios, whether or not those radios are integrated at all in any way with county for the overall E911 and other response and county.
So when we go on there, everybody's gonna hear us?
No, but
No,
you
you
get
get on
different
your
channels,
own.
but the ability of the county, for example, to communicate
Oh,
to
to
highway
others is
departments
possible,
and
right,
to other service providers, that would, dial-a-bus maybe is part of that. I'm not any expert on those systems.
Yeah, the school districts, I know some people that work there, obviously, so it's on a closed loop, so no one's.
No, I can
Listen,
get
you
them
have
on
a
the
scanner,
radio.
someone can
I
listen
got them
on
on the
anything.
scanner.
Yeah, right, so so it would be you, your drivers,
So
the
that's something you
dispatcher.
guys gotta be aware of that might happen. We might have to have the
Okay, thank you.
But
radios.
and then, now what about the radio and the cell phone issue? Because
Well, you and I discussed that, and that's an issue
you
that,
need to talk to the board about that.
discuss it right now if they wanna hear it.
Yeah.
Good idea.
That we still may need the cell phones. Because if a driver leaves his bus, let's say, and uses a bathroom or goes to McDonald's and something happens and I gotta get in touch with them, I gotta get them on their cell phone. I have to be in constant communication with them.
I mean, the way that I know that the district handles it in some other places is when the driver's going out for a personal, say.
They call in?
They call and say,
Right.
This is Joe, I'm going out, I'll be back, all right, and then and then your dispatcher's keeping the clock running.
However, in that meantime, we might have a need to get in touch with that person immediately.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, if he's out for 5 minutes, taking a bathroom break or whatever, he'll be back, and then you can say, when they get back.
Okay, but just my opinion is, after doing this for 4 years, it's very important to have constant communication.
Okay.
Okay, that's my opinion.
Well put.
Okay, where are we going, Peter?
Cellular?
All right, so you don't have an internet requirement
Right.
for dial-a-bus operations, so that line is 0.
IT management,
IT management is,
leave it at 500, because
Right.
I need them to come
What's
down.
the IT management for if you don't have an internet?
Well, if the.
IT is, they don't have an internet connection that they're being charged for, but they are connected to the town's network. So they have computers, they have a dispatch computer and the computers. And so if those folks need.
Okay, I gotcha.
Right, which is different from a program.
They're connected to the town.
From
Keep
program
going.
support, because they have software.
I got you, Pete, I
Right,
understand.
that's separate.
What's the GPS, does every bus?
GPS
Every
has,
bus has a
every
GPS
bus
system on
has,
it?
Every bus.
Yep, Synovia.
and it works very well.
And then, what is that paid, once a year, Peter?
That's once a month.
Yeah, that,
It's $159 a month.
How come it's not, there's no dollar amount in there for payment?
because some of the Synovia for this year was charged to miscellaneous, and it should be really to Synovia, to the GPS. It's $156 a month for the GPS lease.
So then why do we have so much in miscellaneous then?
Because of that.
Because, when I turned in the bills, I had been following what the previous person had done without checking the line number. And when I was doing this budget, I noticed for GPS, that line number was in miscellaneous. So what I did is I wrote up, what are those things called here? Those transfers.
Yep.
I wrote up
That's
some
very
transfers to get it out of miscellaneous and put it into the proper line number.
Okay, so what I'm saying is if that's what we're spending on miscellaneous, why is the budget, the tentative for miscellaneous so high? I mean, it's gonna be in one place or the other.
Well, we're gonna take it out of miscellaneous and put
I
it.
know that, but then you still have 2,500 budgeted next year for miscellaneous.
Should you adjust the number down?
I think we should adjust that number down to like 1,500.
How about 2,000?
And I think 1,500 is high, because if it was in last year, which,
Outside of
The $2,381.84 that was spent in 16 year-to-date miscellaneous, a lot of that was because of the,
1,400 of it was.
And some of
a
it,
lot of it?
Zenobia,
1,400 of it is that GPS system.
also the water
So
was,
if you go,
let me
I'm
just
sorry.
say, okay. Water was also charged to that 4109,
correct?
yeah,
right? So we took that out and put that with the water, wherever water is on it.
Right below that.
Right below that, all right?
All right.
So
So
what I
can
was
you,
doing is going through each one of these line by line, I was saying, what the heck?
So-
So, I wrote these up, gave them to Peter.
And we did, and she gave them to me last week, so the reason they aren't reflected in the year-to-date, because the year-to-date is of 8/31.
so how much is
But they
being,
were taken care of.
so let's drop that down to 1,500.
I think if we drop you down to 1,500 miscellaneous, noting that you made the proper re-evaluation of the
No, that's-
system there, I think that would cover
I
it.
think that would be
I agree with Tony on
reasonable,
that.
okay?
That's not gonna hurt
Right
you.
now,
That's
here's
not gonna
about
hurt you.
1,500.
1,500.
Wait a minute, what line?
Miscellaneous, miscellaneous.
Is that 4901?
Because over half of it was for other things that shouldn't have been in
Yes,
miscellaneous.
49.
So it'll work for you.
Because
It works.
the other expenses are getting winnowed out and put into the right
The
place.
proper format.
So that's
It's,
4,109.
Yep,
4109.
1,500.
it's done.
From 2,500?
Yes, it'll be covered. It'll
No,
cover you.
because-
It'll cover you.
Because 1,700 of, I mean, you had
That's fine.
$1,500 in there from your Zenobia, the GPS.
I know,
Remember?
Makes
but,
sense.
yeah.
It's okay, it's fine.
All right,
So now we're at refuge.
Refuse first and then water.
all right, refuse.
400. You've been spending roughly
380.
380.
That's fine.
So that works.
I don't even see a bill for this, so.
It's because there's a dumpster that's a split charge between your office and the DCO and the senior center and the
Okay.
highway administration office.
Okay, so that's good. Next, water.
300.
Yeah, we have to, yeah, that's
That's
the money
fine.
that's gonna go in there for the cooler.
That's fine. Fire inspections,
We have,
250.
yeah,
Okay.
janitorial supplies.
Janitorial and janitorial supplies we need to talk about
That
because.
should be shared services.
Well.
No,
should it-
supplies,
Should it be?
Janitorial is a 0, right?
Yeah.
So supplies is 1,000. Now, why would you want 1,000 in supplies?
You got a small bathroom then. You spend $1,000 in there?
I got 10 people using it, all right?
All right, let's
Tell McPike
What
to
is
bring his
it?
own toilet paper after the nice note the lady wrote.
I think the board has the larger issue that you need to think about putting the contract for janitorial out for bid.
We're having an
Because the-
issue with that. If
we're-
there's a holiday, Jewish holiday, bathrooms don't get cleaned. He comes 11 o'clock in the morning, the peak of our busy time, and starts vacuuming and mopping, and we got guys eating lunch. It's no good.
Okay, well, the point of the discussion here, though, if you don't mind me saying.
No, no.
Now, when you go to put from 5293 spent in this year so far to date, and you want 1,000. Now, I did hear some talk from the senior center director that I believe she also wants to have her cleaning supplies here ordered to her budget. Is that, and I could be wrong, is that the trend from the building, the different buildings? Is this, Peter, is this what's?
It's what I'm hearing from the various department heads
Right.
when they're located outside of 1465.
Right.
They would prefer to be more in charge of their cleaning supplies.
Okay, I did hear that from the senior center.
Right here, I have 750 square feet. I don't have room to store anything.
And that's, in dollars, what it costs per month to clean your office.
735.
That's right.
They charge me $735 to clean that office.
Per
month.
Okay, now where would you put, and I'm not trying to catch you,
No,
I got you.
that- where would I put it?
Where would you store the supplies?
I
if you had a
don't
small
know.
place?
There's no place.
Could you store it with the highway department? If you
Where
asked
is it?
John?
See here?
What about the wood shop? Do you have access to the wood shop?
No, I don't go in there.
I will, in other words.
Maybe the garage, maybe the garage where the buses are, maybe back there. I don't know.
Or you
I'd have to look.
get small amounts as you need them.
You could ration it by month.
Yeah, no.
That's right.
All right.
What?
She said you gotta be
Said
careful
you gotta
where
be
you
careful
store.
where you store tissues and toilet paper.
Oh,
You know,
Yeah.
because
Like,
it
Roads,
mice,
Yeah,
mold.
yeah.
homeless councilman.
Fire. That's box.
I actually have, Tony, you've been there. There's no place to store.
No, I agree with you.
There's,
Totally agree
there's
with
no
you.
room.
I know, but we have to do something with that. All right, so after that you have.
Maybe Anne Marie will let me store it up there.
No,
I
you
don't
and
know.
we can talk about that. Bus operations, vehicle repair parts.
Leave it what it is. Because the buses are now a year older.
Okay.
They're gonna need a lot of care.
I'd like to see that cut, because I don't want this budget to go where it's headed.
We've already cut a lot out of here.
Not really.
But you haven't spent that much on the,
You got
yet
it.
on the repair parts. Can you go down to 10,000 from 12,000?
I was even gonna say go down to,
9,000?
We're 32.
9,000, Tom?
I was like 7,500.
Right now, I have $2,716.94 left.
No, that's
No,
not.
that's
That's
spent.
not
That's what you
spent.
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 That's
Correct,
what you
Peter?
spent so far.
What was spent out of parts so far this year? Maybe there's a misprint, I don't know.
43.
It's just that, you know, when the numbers don't
Oh, I understand. All right,
jive, you
how about
gotta make
10?
some cuts.
Can we go with 10?
Why don't we go with 9? You and Tony said,
10.
go with 9.
Then go with
I'm
10.
still at 7,500.
I said 8. I said 9. Can we go for 9 at least? Peter?
9.
What's good so far? 9?
I'm
You were 5,000 last year? You're $3,000 over last year if you go 8.
Yeah, but she says the bus is getting older, they need more
The
work.
buses are constant stop and go. Constant.
She's actually, since, all right, repair parts?
Yeah.
She has spent now, $4,375
Okay, at the end of August.
as of today.
So there's 2 months
So
left.
why don't we,
2 months
So
left.
7,500, so.
why don't we go to
She's got a
7,500?
balance of 7,600 right now.
Why don't we go to 7,500?
Yeah.
Are you not going down to 7,500?
Yeah, but you know what, you
Yeah,
spent
about-
5,000 so far.
And about the same amount on
5,000.
the labor now.
I'll make a 2-for-1 deal with you. Go to 8,000. What have you spent in labor this year?
About the same.
4,800?
In what?
Plus labor, mechanics.
Labor last year was
Repair labor.
78, this year.
How much is it so far, Peter, for repair labor?
The repair labor is just about the same number as the repair parts,
So-
4,220.
So why don't you go to 8,000 in both lines? We'll save
You
8,000.
could go to 8 in both
How about that,
lines,
Tony?
maybe, yeah. Yeah.
8,000, you've got a
Alright.
quarter of a nice amount off each line. And even if the buses are getting older, that should cover you.
Killing me.
Well, it'll cover you.
Okay. Preventative maintenance.
cut that to 2.
Yep.
4302.
15, you spent 2228.
2,400, 2,500.
Now this year you spent what?
650, no.
Is there an updated number, Pete?
What's the update on that?
Like
Prevent-
800.
800, 2 grand.
$2,000?
I think that's good.
$2 grand?
Well, 2 is what's in there.
Well, let's leave it at that.
It's 2
What's
grand.
in
No, it's 5.
Preventative maintenance.
Preventative.
Oh, well, that's
Oh,
fine.
5, okay, sorry.
So we'll go to 2?
Yeah.
Lisa?
What?
We're gonna go to 2 on that, just so you're aware.
You're at
You're
650
gonna be
now?
covered. If you have any major problems, the town will look at it, you know that.
Are you gonna do 2,000?
Yeah.
Building maintenance and repair.
I'd like to drop that down to 1,500.
Okay, yeah.
Is there any?
500
projects that
year-to-date.
you know of that the building needs, so we
We
know.
need a door.
Okay.
Our
Are there
door
anything that's
doesn't.
gonna cost, you
We
got
need one of
2,000
those
in
doors
there
that
now?
you push out, and when it
Emergency door?
closes, yeah, we don't have that.
That's
We have
gonna cost.
a knob, and you gotta pull it shut. to
So
make
you
it
should have
The Gino?
a bar, a push bar
Push
We
bar.
don't have that.
on the inside.
You also got this.
That'll take every bit of your $2,000
That's a lot of money.
by the time you do, if you replace the whole
Is that a steel
door.
outside door?
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it's a steel.
yeah, fireproof steel
Why don't we leave that one for now?
All right.
What are
Maybe
we
get a
leaving
price
it
on
at?
that.
Get a
2,000. You gotta put the door in, you gotta.
You had 1,500, it's back to 2,000.
No, it was 2,000, you didn't tell us you had a door, now we know what you
Yeah.
need, so. All right,
So,
bus operations fuel, any comment on the 30, you're down to 31 now?
Yeah.
That's a good
that
savings.
would say,
What are we at now, Peter?
expended as of all the bills that I have in is 20,162.
Can we drop that to 28?
I got 3
Which
more
is like,
months.
which is like a 10%? We get 2, we
You
get
really
2
had
months.
2 in that week.
I got 3 more
We
months.
don't know about
you don't know
when the
about.
bill
No,
came
I
in,
got
the bills
October,
lag.
November, December.
Did you get, did
We
we
didn't
pay?
get October's.
Did we pay October, November, December?
The last one we paid was September.
Okay.
So I got October, November, December.
So
We figured 2 each.
times
It's 2 grand.
12.
Each
So
means
you're at
2,500.
26,664 for the year.
Go to 29.
Go to 29.
Jeez.
We've got a
29?
You can push it a little bit, you know,
Now,
I mean, you're not always
Peter,
uphill,
what's-
push it
eh,
down.
You're not saying anything. What the heck? Help me out.
I am helping you.
Listen, if you can cut your salaries and go to split shifts, we could give you more down here.
There you go. Nice try.
You
Nice try.
know your salary.
He almost had a straight face with that one.
Mike McGinn lost it. If he didn't do that, we would have had
Your
He just
salaries,
got ya.
I know, but your salaries went from 315 to like 372.
Yeah, well, the union increased, automatic. I have no say over it.
That was it, yeah.
All right, now, tires.
Thanks, Jerry.
You're welcome, Tony.
Tires, we gotta keep at 8,000.
Yeah.
They're wear and tear.
Your
It's
year-to-date,
constant.
your year-to-date is 7,000.
Okay, so,
So
All right.
keep it at 8,000, please.
No.
all right, very good. Now we're down to bus operations contractual, $1,000. What's the contractual, Peter? You know more about the contracts.
Took too long to answer, make it
Or at least.
zero.
You zeroed it out. You zeroed it out, yeah,
Contractual,
it's nothing. It's nothing.
They're really, okay. This
I
You
year-
answered
haven't
what
spent
that
anything the
was.
last 2 years.
I asked you what that
Take it out.
And
was.
so we'll go back and see, did we spend, all right, in 2013, we did spend some.
under miscellaneous.
So why?
It's under miscellaneous.
Yeah, I think
That's
you're
where
right.
everything goes, miscellaneous.
Take rid of,
Take
take
it
that, put an extra
There
100
used
in
to be,
miscellaneous.
there used to be a charge to the dial-a-bus for cable vision. And we said that
All
we
of Netflix
took-
and everything else.
we took that internet cost out of the department budget. So that $1,000 has been carried along since 2013. 14, it was still there for Cablevision. 15, we didn't spend it.
It's 500.
So I think you're right, you could say there's no reason for it to be there at all.
Zero it out?
Zero it
Zero it out.
Zero it out.
Okay?
Okay.
What did I just lose?
Nothing that you use, nothing that you use.
Nothing to use.
Insurance is a calculated thing.
That's what it is.
Random testing,
That we have to keep at 95.
That's the drug test.
we have it
That's
at
the
Only
drug test.
1,700.
we have 1,700 and it's the 19A testing.
That's
So
for the,
does that sound?
you have to have a couple
We
drivers.
also
with the
have
19.
random drug
Yeah, right.
testing.
Random drug testing.
They have random drug testing.
How do you, I'm sorry,
Okay.
I mean to interrupt you there. How do you do that?
It's through Partners in Safety,
Okay,
and they choose and pick who goes and when.
okay.
Myself
So they'll
included.
call you up and say, send driver A.
They send me an email.
Right, and where do you send them over to one of the labs?
We send them over to First Care,
Okay,
and with that, we have to, like, in the schedule, you'll see a space.
yeah,
Well, that's possible because that driver had to go for
yeah, I got
the
you.
test,
How much advance notice do they get on that?
maybe 3 days,
Do they get 3 days?
maybe 3 days.
Wow, that is not very.
That's generous.
No, wait, no, the last one was next day, because we had to adjust the
Yeah.
schedule.
Yeah, it's usually, I mean,
Next
it's like
day,
24
yeah, I'm
hours,
sorry,
yeah.
next day.
When you walk in, they got you.
They do hair or they do
It's
urine?
a lot sooner.
Urine,
What do you need?
yeah.
You wanna see what the bottom line is?
No. We gotta go to the last.
All right, keep going. Next.
The last one is the money that we pay the county.
That's gotta stay at 9,500. Did you get my notice? I sent you an email from Stella.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I saw that, right.
Did you get that?
I saw the email.
How do we figure that out, Peter?
County?
The county the county charges us a percentage of the quarterly report amount that's turned into the county, and that quarterly report amount is based on the
Ridership.
on the fare box, right?
No,
No?
on
Just
ridership
ridership.
and,
Mileage.
I have it right here.
So Lisa fills out the form.
Revenue miles,
For revenue miles, there's a formula that says how much the STOA is going to refund the town, and then the town pays a percentage of that refund to the county.
Right.
So that goes
So
through
the
the
county's getting a vig on
supervisor's
our
office.
refund, basically, is what
Yeah,
it comes down to?
Excuse me?
The county's getting a vig on our refund?
Yeah.
From the feds? Is that how that works?
That's how it works.
It's true.
Oh, okay. Oh, they're paying for the
Paying
buses.
for the buses.
Right,
they pay for the buses,
We
not
pay.
all of the buses,
we
they
pay
don't pay
10%.
100% on the buses.
Right.
So,
What our account is, the amount we're gonna pay for buses is going up, isn't it?
I
Is it
heard
still
it was at
10?
25.
It's up to 25 now.
Right.
What do they do?
Buses are
They pay a
80,000.
portion of each bus, or
Yes.
they,
Yeah.
we buy one, they buy one? How's that
No,
work?
they pay 75% right now.
Of each vehicle?
Yeah.
Yes.
only so many.
We put up 25, they put up
Decade.
70.
We're only allowed so many.
Right.
Once a bus hits a certain mileage, it's gotta come off the road, whether we're due a new bus or not. And that's what we have right now. I have 2 buses that have hit certain mileage. I cannot use them.
Is that a
State
DOT thing, or?
Yeah.
State, yeah.
So what are we doing with that line?
Which one?
9,500?
Yeah.
Keep it.
Well, what,
Do they wind up taking 9,500 every year?
Yeah, they take what they take.
I'm just
no, they took 6,500 the year
Right.
before. What are we at?
I'm
Yeah.
gonna, just a minute, I'll get you there, I'll get you the number.
Is it big variations? Because one year they took the 9,500, oh no, 6,500.
This year, we still owe 2 quarters, so, prior year, last year it was 65.
For the whole year.
14, it was 9,167. 13, it was 7,628.
Any reason for the variations?
Mileage, well, and in 12, it was 8,955.
What are we at now, though, for this year?
It's difficult to say because we have
You have outstanding bills, right?
outstanding 2 quarters.
1762.53, that's 2 quarters or 1 quarter?
That's one.
That's 1 quarter. approximately times 4?
So it's
7,000?
It's based on the mileage, as she told you. And-
I understand.
And so as the mileage fluctuates, the ridership.
Can we go to 9,000? Because even if you
Yeah.
extrapolate that number, 7,000, 8,000, make it 9.
You could make it 9.
Make it 9?
You could make it 9.
Right.
Go down a little anyway.
Guys are killing me.
Now,
Oh, don't worry, we're not done.
God.
You got a part-time driver.
All right, what's next?
So Peter, what's that bottom line there now?
527, 819.
Now, explain to me, as I don't see this, how that line went up when we did a deduction in most of the lines. It didn't add anything in most of the lines.
It might be the salaries.
No, his increase was included.
Okay, then I'm at it.
I mean, we deducted 4 for.
I started with 525.
Right. And we deducted 4, 4.
And what do we have?
3, 2. So 4, 4, and 3, and 2 is 13.
and 1.
And
Well, now I'll look at the salaries and be absolutely certain that we've got the salaries set up. Okay? All right, I thought we'd gone through this and had the salaries corrected right, so.
Well, what's the salaries you have listed there?
Part-time,
I
full-time?
think what happened is right here. When we were working with the fact that a full-time driver had to go to a part-time,
No, it was the opposite. We had a part-time to go to full-time.
Right.
and we have a full-timer that can't work more than,
We also had a full-timer who went to part-time.
right,
Man,
Right.
so that kind of bounces.
so I think I have it right now.
Now, I don't know if the board wants to talk about this later, but we might want to think about adding a part-time driver.
Right now, we're asking you're being asked for a part-time driver. How does 509, 702 sound?
Sounds a little better.
Okay. Now, what was that, taking out a part-time driver?
No, it was the issue that was discussed, that Manny had to work, he was working,
Full-time, part-time.
now he's part-time.
Okay, so that will eventually equal out the guy that we put Ernst, I guess, from part-time to full-time.
Right.
Partially a wash.
Right.
Kind
So
of.
then
we still saving.
Then we
we're
actually
still-
could get a part-timer.
Right. Because
Originally,
when
the board-
Richie left, we never
You
filled
never
his
replaced
spot.
that part-timer originally.
So all those afternoon rides, I can't accommodate the people.
All right, so what do we have in part-time now? Stuff. 36,088, which includes 2 part-timers, is that right, Peter?
That is correct.
Yes,
So that would be if we decide to make it,
Right.
it's in the budget.
yes.
What's the new number? 5 what?
509, 702.
What's the new over-under on the budget cap?
So that would be replacing Richie's part-time position?
Right.
Okay. Now, is that gonna, I wanna hold you to it, but is that something that if we do that, that will give you
Over
enough
by
manpower to do
16,800
the job, or close to it?
That should do it.
over the cap by 16,800.
16,000.
16,846
Right now?
at this point in time. After you get through all the departments and see where you were at.
And we're,
How much did we cut off the budget?
how much do we get back from Stellar?
actually. I'm sorry I didn't print that out for you. It's,
Did you print the fund balances out also?
I didn't get those done today. It's fixing the
Well,
funds.
you promised them 3 nights in a row, you
I know.
missed your promise.
No. No, I'm trying. I elected not to give you a report on something that doesn't change, to go to the courts and make sure that their phones work.
I was on Saturday, Peter, because I kept
Well,
on
it's
driving
Saturday
by
and
there
again
yesterday.
this morning,
Saturday
so I spent a
afternoon.
couple hours over there too.
Right.
All right, now let's get to bus operations. Where's the STOA?
Well, you know what, I think, we should definitely think about,
Peter, you had
at one of our next meetings,
At
gentlemen,
the
think about
bottom.
a new bookkeeper, because the list, I think, is out.
Well,
We should definitely
we're
think about
already in
hiring
the
them.
process of doing this.
Right, I know, but I mean, Peter has a lot of stuff to do and a
Peter
certain amount of
has,
time to do it.
There's the STOA.
He needs help.
The STOA comes, the STOA comes in several parts. There's an amount for each quarter, and then there's a cleanup at the end of the year, when the county goes through a calculation of all the money that they've received and everything that they've paid out, and is there money left over, and if there is, then that money that's left over is apportioned by some sort of formula that they use to give what's commonly referred to as the cleanup payment. And so that's the
So do we get
fifth payment.
Do we get paid per passenger?
We always said it was per mile,
Per passenger per mile.
passenger
Both.
miles.
Do we get both?
Yes.
Do you know what those rates are?
Not on me.
Not on top of your head.
They,
I think it's .49
I
per
don't
passenger, and mileage is 0.25 or 526.
That's different percentages there.
Yeah, that's,
All right, well,
I just don't have that on me.
can you get it to us when you can?
Sure.
So, you know.
Now, what is, I just have a couple of questions. What's the snow policy with the drivers?
The snow policy is, because we have to reach so many people in like a short period of time, just like the school district, we follow what the school district does. If they call a snow day, our passengers know, because we're not gonna sit and call 75, 200 people in the morning. At 6 o'clock in the morning, oh, the bus is canceled.
Right.
So we go by the school district, it's so much easier. Then I call the radio, WHUD, and I tell them to put it on the radio. And that's all I can do. And then we do put it on the phone. We change the message, what?
Is there,
And the channel 22.
is there a way that you can accommodate some of the seniors? Because a lot of times when the school closes.
They won't go out. They won't go out on a snowy day.
No, let me finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And this specifically came up when I was meeting with Anne Marie, talking about her budget. Is there a way you can accommodate an afternoon schedule on a snow day? Because a lot of times things clear up.
Oh, yeah, we'll see.
And
So,
rather than closing the whole day, if you can accommodate them, because, you know, they still want to get out in the afternoon.
do a late start.
Yeah, just do a late start.
As long as the roads are safe.
As
Yeah,
long
as long as the roads are
clear.
safe, absolutely.
We not just close down, you know, there's an hour delay, there's a 2-hour delay. It doesn't say, just because we don't always close down.
Right.
If the,
So if the school system does a 2-hour delay, that's.
we do a 2-hour delay.
But Tony makes a point of late opening. In fact, like when they close the schools, they're not gonna tell the kids to come in at 1 o'clock.
Right.
But
Yeah.
like Tony's saying, maybe is there something we could work out with the highway department where maybe John could tell you a little ahead of time, the
Why
roads are
not?
safe now? and
Absolutely, sure,
Do something like that?
absolutely.
Okay, now, piggybacking on that snow policy, do the bus employees get paid on a snow day?
Yes,
Is that part of the Teamsters contract?
it will be. It's not right now, but it will be.
So then if it's not right now, why are we paying?
I think that's subject to negotiation.
Well, because they come in. Oh, yeah, it's up for negotiation, of course.
It's not in the contract.
Well, if they,
But
when
it
they
is
come in,
Can I tell you something? Oh, go ahead.
when they come in, they have to clean off the buses. Because, of course, we don't have anything to cover the buses. So if there's 2 feet of snow, it takes a while to get 2 feet of snow off.
But they get paid an 8-hour day?
Yeah, why not? They're there 8 hours, and we could have a safety meeting. We fill the time with safety meetings, we fill the time with cleaning off the buses.
I want to make a comment before we get further along. This has been a pet peeve of mine for a while, but I'm always big, and I get it. The town hall, when they close, they get paid as well. All the employees get paid. Now, I've always said to Harley, and sometimes me and Mary Ellen butt heads on it a little, that sometimes I feel we see a few drops of snow and we shut everything down and everyone gets paid, which I don't really think is the right way to do it. I'm all for safety, and I know if we have to be shut down for the day, I get it. I'm stubborn, but I'm not against safety. I'm for it 100%. But you sometimes, I find, we close down, over the years I've been on the board, a little prematurely during the day if a few snowflakes fall, and also in the morning. And I always say, and I agree with Tony, because I brought this up about our personnel in the town hall, that if the morning is shut down, I agree with that, but maybe we could start the employees after lunch to at least finish a 4-hour day. And I've been kind of rebuked on that. So, Tony, I'm in your corner on this.
All right.
Let's see what we can work out.
Yeah.
In the town hall, we've done 2-hour delays. Yes, there
No,
have been
I
times
know you have.
years ago, actually, the school district, everybody, we all closed night before because the weatherman predicted this huge blizzard. We all woke up to sunshine
Right.
the next morning. So, yeah, the town hall has adjusted that. We do get paid if we do close, but last year we didn't close at all. We came in late. We have adjusted it
I
to
think we had one day that we closed because the
It
roads were
depends on the weather.
dangerous.
It depends on the
And then
weather.
we did a safety meeting.
You know,
Do
so.
you follow the school
course.
district at the?
What?
Do you follow the school
I'm not-
district? Is that what-
Pretty
No,
much.
how it
If
used
the roads
to be
are
was
dangerous, you
the-
can't go out.
It's
I
not
was
worth
superintendent
mentioning a bus
will
No,
make the
or hurt the
recommendation.
passenger, or
That's just
employee.
not worth
Make
it.
the recommendation. But I agree, I mean, if you give us a delay and 11 o'clock it clears up, you know, I don't see any reason why not to come in.
You see the reason I agree with that too, Mary Ellen, is?
Yeah, and we started doing
I
that
know you
last
have,
year.
I know
Yeah, we
that's
started
been more
doing that.
done, I think I was the
Yeah.
Grinch who stole a little Christmas sometimes, and that's okay, but you know what? If you are on a day off with pay, and supposedly the roads are too dangerous to drive, then there's no reason you wouldn't be home in the afternoon to come in, because you should have been going anywhere anyway.
Yeah.
So that's why I think Tony makes a good point.
You know,
Maybe we could do something
I
like that.
agree with it, but
Yeah.
just because some of us live 5 minutes from work,
Right,
doesn't mean that you can't get into a car accident and end up with a big scar on your neck.
I know,
You know, so, the roads are bad,
Right.
I think the big thing with snow days needs to be communication,
better than it is.
better communication.
Right,
Now,
okay.
there was an issue that was just kind of glossed over here when we talked about the buses covered with snow. And Lisa said she's been trying to get a structure to house the buses
For 4 years.
for a long time. So I think in part of the long-term planning, something that you should be thinking about is some kind of bus garage. It would help, not only that it keeps the snow off the buses, it would help in getting more usable life out of the buses as well. Up until, I know that you hit the mileage, you can't use them anymore. But up to the point where you get to that mileage where you can't use them anymore, I think that having them in a garage as opposed to out in the open might give us an advantage on maintenance
And repair.
Well, also with the buses in the winter, you know how on your car, you hit those brakes, that snow and ice, it's like a missile.
Yep.
And for, these guys have to climb up on ladders on ice and snow in order to get
To
the
knock it
ice
off.
and snow knocked off the buses.
Right.
So there's an accident waiting to happen. Just to have
Right in
them
the
on
bus
a
yard.
ladder in the snow trying to get the ice off the
Which
top of the
would
bus.
cost more money than a pole barn. I
Absolutely.
think you had brought
I brought that up.
a pole barn
Yep,
thing to the town board a couple of years back.
4 years
And
ago.
we
2 years
didn't,
ago.
yeah, it wasn't a bad idea, we didn't move on it, I mean, we
No,
did budget.
there was another issue.
Yeah, what was it?
Wasn't there was some issue with where we were gonna put in the foundation for it or something,
Maybe, yeah.
there was some other issue that was with that whole thing. We didn't get it. I didn't think it would
So
close.
you had brought up the cancellations before in KJ, what percentage of riders are